that there's breakfast food out there across the aisle. Help yourself, brunch, breakfast. If you already have breakfast, you can have breakfast number 2. It's like a Hobbit thing, you know.
Good morning. You know, we got a lot of food here. Hope you're hungry. There's some in the back. There's snacks over here. And the donuts, by the way, are low cal, so help yourself. Eat all you can. Welcome.
We'll let you folks know that there's flu shots down the hall. If you haven't had your flu shots, just on the down the hall here up the lobby, south end of the building. We have some nurses there. All right, sounds like my cue. We'll call this meeting to order. Jen, will you do a roll call, please?
Tom McDonald,
Here.
Len Titi, Jennifer Finley. Here. Jim Molitor,
Here.
Carol Langford, Terry Pitts. Here. Bing Matt. Ellie Bundy. Present. Martin Charlo,
Present.
Mike Dawson,
I'm here.
James Steele Senior.
Thank you, Jen. From everybody's information, Carol Langford had gotten a car wreck the other night and hit a deer going 65. So she spent one night in the hospital. She's not feeling well. She was going to try to make it in or maybe zoom in. Also, Len Tutti, his water was out last night and this morning, so he's trying to fix that. He's trying to get here as soon as he can. So that's the two missing folks here this morning. I want to welcome everybody for the quarterly meeting. A couple of different changes here. We have a breakfast for you, a brunch, serving all meeting long. And we have some flu shots for you. I'm not sure if there's food boxes out there or not.
That'll be at 10 o'clock. They're
10
gonna start doing it
Okay.
at 10.
Okay. But with that, I'd like to start a meeting out with a prayer as always. Stephen, would you honor Stephen in a prayer? Stephen?
I'm sorry, I left my hearing aid home, so. Kukchawi. Cheslamti, Walesia, Skadi, St. Page. Sheku gets good, Sheke. Nia, Sheke Chow. Ama Sheku gets good to Skadi. Shen Kui Nequest. Quest. She gets scared, gets away, she gets chowy, couldn't suit and yes, yeah. Gets empty, Tama Yesu, has got heart, who to stop lesu, so gets got heart to spend, gets the up, come has, so gets booze, so what I say, so scary. She gets good. Comitat wexlet is taxime yes was comi has to quest amashe to get go to campele comi to couldn't suit that I guess we who gets at to get to to get poos to get spachamin to upie amashe to get good. I asked grandfathers to help us out today to listen to everybody and have a good day today. This is a new year. Leave the bad ones out and try your best. Grandfathers, just watch over us for everybody and have a good heart. Start a good new year. So grandfather, help us out. So today, I'm happy that we're all in here and we should always come here. Dem special.
Lemps for that prayer. Now we'll have our flag song with Jordan Stasso. Well, again, welcome everybody for the quarterly meeting, our first meeting of the constitutionally required quarterly meetings, which are great because we have a chance to really fully hear from our membership and citizens as we move forward into the new year. So we're really praying for a great year ahead. As Stephen said, we really have a lot of things in our plate ahead of us. But as first item on our agenda, we want to make sure that elders get a chance to speak first. So we'll start off with any elders that would like to address the council and the membership attending today. Stephen, you want to say anything right now? Okay.
I'm bashful. That's quite special. Maar als je het ook eens goed schrijft, dan wel is het. Als je het ook eens schrijft, zoet een koos om zoet zijn jedemen, zoet schat zei. Je het ook eens hozen, dan zoek je een kort kwestie, schrijf een kort kwestie. Je het was, je schrijft me, wat zei. Wat zei je, zit zijn oog, potie, kwijt. Je zo wel wat je schrijft. Zijn kadri spij. Schrijf, wat is een goed. Zo schrijf. Je kunt zo eens lucht behouden. Dat is een zoekne. Je dat is een zoekne. Schrijf, je kunt zo wel wat je. Maar je ook eens goed zo temperen. Je ook eens goed zo kwijt. Zo is boos, zo is gemeen. Zo stupje, je soort zetel. Okay, yeah. Today, I'm happy, you know. A new year. And I was just saying, my elders long time ago used to tell me, talking Indian, you're Indian, talking Indian. They don't understand, they're lost. So I'm a Ponderay, full blood. They call me full blood, and I'm proud of it to be teaching. 19 years I was in Kusum at Arlee. That school's been going on for 20 years. I probably never retire because I'm the only teacher there is down there that talk Indian. And I am proud of all these people, these teachers that's teaching this language, all the way from Elmo all the way up to Arlee. We are trying our best to hold on to our reservation. Our reservation, the government is trying to edge us out. They're trying to edge us out to buy all this land, the mountains, everything. I still know that. I read about it. We don't know our language, our Indian ways. They will take it. They'll come here and say, do you know your language? Do you know who you are? No. Well, we'll pay you out. We'll buy you out. And that's pretty scary to me. And well, all of you, all of us, how lucky we are to have a reservation. Councilmen, we go down a mission, get our pills, hospitals, they pay for all of us. We take that for granted, we take that, we got to sit down and think about it, and say, gee, we just fast life, just fast life. We just go and we just do whatever we wanna, We don't seem like, to me, I'm talking about myself, I was just talking to whatever her name is, and I told her, that life is going too fast, 20 below zero, 25 below zero, we all got scared, Long time ago, it used to be 25 below every year. We were ready for it. We know what to do a long time ago. I come through that. And every time I come in here, once a year, I talk about the real, medicine people, the Blue Jay people. How they used to medicine us. They were the real ones. If I had a bad heart, I'd go see my medicine person, my medicine man. He'd fix me up, That's how it was a long time ago. So this year is a new year, And I hear somebody, if you got a problem, come see the councilman. Then they say, well, they don't listen to us, And I said before, you guys are all chiefs up there. In Canada, they call them chiefs. You guys got the power, We don't wait. We do it now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Do it now. Respect, surely. And all these, they need the longhouse down there. I heard, fix it right now. They need a place. They need a place for the people center. Right now, we need it. We need that white elephant back here. We went down there and asked for it, and they said you could have it. Yeah. And we're still waiting, you know. I could have put it on my car and bring it home, you know. So we got to do something right now, not tomorrow, right now. In Kusum, 2 years we've been waiting for that basement to be fixed. We asked somebody to come and we contract. Still waiting. You know, it's getting to be a joke, you know. I said, well, they'll wait till next year, then they'll have it done. The fence around that should be fixed. You guys passed it, right, Tom? Still waiting for 2 years. I was just teasing on that one. So anyway, today I ate a donut and my sugars are up, so I'm ready to fight anybody. So today, it's a good day. We should, you know, should keep it up. We should have that white buffalo, even if we have to bring it in here, you know. Just get it back here. I waited 20 years. We waited 20 years, all of us. That's ours. We need that people center fixed too, you know. And we need the elders. Always respect, you said, we respect that elders. That thing should be already started, you know. That building. You guys got the power and say, hey, let's do it right now. Right? Une. So today I'm still sugared up. I got to go until my sugar goes down, and so I'm happy. It's a new year. I'm going to sing a song, you know. Hey, way, yeah, hey, way, yeah. Hey, way, yeah, hey, way, yeah. Hey, way, yo. Hey, way, yeah. Hey, way, yeah. Hey, way, oh, oh. Hey, way, yeah. Hey, way, oh, oh. Hey, way, yeah. Hey, way, yeah. You know, we used to, when I was very young, I used to go to Quaker's for their New Year's. They would have guns out there at New Year's, so tomatoes would say, okay, let's go out. Getting close. We go outside, take their rifles, and they would shoot up, you know. Person way down there, somebody here. Person way up there, somebody shoot. Today, at midnight, I take my firecrackers out. See how the changes are, you know? A new year, you know? Put in your heart where you're going to help all these people, you know? Help them what they come after, you know? Shake hands with them. Have a smile. Go eat some donuts so you'll smile around. Yeah, that's the way I am, Elders down there, We only got 7 left, When I first joined them 20-some years ago, I remember all those elders. Yeah, today there's only 7 of us left, It's good. I mean, it's bad, but we need some more elders in our program, Supposed to have that power, And it's sad, Look at the great people they come through, the elders, Pete Beaverhead, Mitch Smallsam, all the way down to Arley, They were great people, They come in to ask, could we build a road through here? No. When they come to fix that road from Mission down close to Ronan, no. But they fixed it. And I was the only one when I used to go up there and I'd be cutting wood. 31 years I cut wood. I'd look down there and that road was just straight. I'd be just so proud. I said, hey, now it's like this. Why did they make it like that? I asked that question. They said, small salmon, because you might go to sleep on the steering wheel. Yeah. How come they couldn't make it straight again, Then they said they were going to make holes there where the turtles would go across, by 9 pipes. That was just talk, Today, I am happy to be alive. I had a bad year. I don't want to tell you my bad year, I almost left the world twice, But I don't want to tell my story about that. I just want to tell you about a long time ago. We used to go to Quickwasoos. We used to jump dance. We used to go to Blind Mo's, John Peter Paul with our medicine dances. We used to go across the river with English Willis, Durglows, Woodcocks. We go hunting up there, Learn how to ride, learn the safety, learn all the stuff. Now all you need is one person, big old gun, 4-wheel drive, a cable, shoot, get it, drag it down, take it down to the Bob Whites and fix it up. I was telling that just for a joke, and people get mad at me for saying that. Because a long time ago, we were great hunters. We got our Indian name, safety and all that. Today, we don't have that anymore. We just got a cable and a big old scope on your gun, and I could shoot from here to Ronan, But that's the way life is, And somebody told me, once they told me, you're just an elder, Steve. You lived a long time ago. Today is a new year, a fast year. Go eat some pizza. That's the way it is, We lost some great people, We lost Tony Engelschwiller down there. And we lost some other people, you know, that run that for 40 years, you know. I watched that. I seen Johnny, Clarence, and all these guys build up that and that elders program, you know. I seen all the old people that used to sit in there and tell stories in Indian, just in Indian. Today, you know, I don't know. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for that money you gave me, that $600. I don't know where it come from. I didn't ask no questions. You got to be an elder. That's why I come. That's why I come here. He's hiding behind me. That's why I say, how old do you have to be for an elder? So you could get that $600, you know. Right, Tom? 55, 60, 70. So that's why I always ask, how old do you have to be to get that money, you know. It's good. And when do we get our 2,000? Right, people? Tom? You don't know? Huh? Today? Somebody's got to know up there. You're not hiding that. Right? When? Monday? Okay. Remember who voted you in there? I didn't even vote for them. But anyway, I'm not making fun of you guys. Come on, smile, you councilman. People are watching you here. And I'm not giving you a rough time. I just want to know, you know. That's the way I feel, you know. I'm an elder, you know. I'm over 80 years old. My uncle used to say, when you're over 80, you could say anything you want, you know. Yeah, that's the way I am, you know. I've learned from the elders. So I miss Pat Pierre when we used to sit here, you know. And I miss Tony. I used to stop there and talk to him, you know. And all the elders. Some these days, you guys are going to be elders, you know. So anyway, I'm going to quit now. Where are you going? So anyway, I'm going to quit now, and I guess I'll keep talking till he gets back. So anyway, I'm going to quit now, and I hope you guys are not mad at me. I know these people are happy because I'm asking all these questions. Right? Okay. Remember, I voted you guys in there. And I got some followers. Oh, thank you. He's the only kind guy in here. Here. Thank you. Them.
I'm not Stephen. You know, I heard that if you have some bacon, Stephen, it takes that sugar down. Okay, other elders would like to speak?
Jerry Nicholas.
Oh, well, let's oh, Jerry's first? Okay, Jerry? Or Nancy?
you go, my friend. Nice cane.
I want to start out with a couple items here first. There used to be 9 tribal council members. Now we'll have another one in a few days, I understand. And the executive board has 5 members. Executive board members make about 2 or 3 times the money that tribal council members make. Is that why they make all the decisions for the tribal council? If the tribal council cannot make decisions for all tribal members and departments, then maybe we should have a recall of all tribal council members. So the ER members can run for tribal council if they want. Or dispose of the EB board. Do executive members have time? I can't read my own writing. With the tribe and do the executive board have a full-time job in another position with the tribe? And if they do, that's kind of double dipping. Okay, I'd like to talk about the funeral policies. My mother died in '84. And after everything got settled, then I got a bill from the tribe owing them $1,000. I paid it because she did have a good funeral. All my relatives didn't pitch in with all the flowers and stuff. They all put it on the funeral policy money. Now I'd like to talk about the Salazar settlement for tribal members. 146 million was dispersed for the reservation tribal members. And 70 million went to $10,000 payments for tribal members. And a lot of them were expecting 10,000, but as it turned out, there wasn't enough money left to pay 20,000 for that. And so what you guys do, you gave 60 million of that to EKI. And they paid 30 million back. And so that left 16 million for you guys' rainy day program. And I don't know if you know, I know, Stephen knows that every day it rains for some tribal members. Every day. And now, you guys have about 46 million in your rainy day account. And it's still raining and snowing for us now and getting cold. And if the EB board is double dipping, then you ought to be doing something about it. If the tribal council cannot make decisions for all tribal members and department heads, then maybe we should have a recall of all the tribal council members. And I got most of my facts from the Characusta. And so I know that you guys should know what's going on. And yet you dump it off to the executive board. And they're making 2 and 3 times the money that you guys are making. And they're making pretty poor decisions. Hey, I'll wait for any comments from you guys if you want from the seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Nancy, welcome.
To all of you. Haven't seen you for a while. It's always good to see you. And Terry, you're back. Yeah. I have a couple of issues that I would like to express my concerns on. Years ago, I was quite an activist for our people, and I've kind of calmed down, but recently my sugar has gone up, and I feel that fight that coming back into my blood. As you know, first of all, Happy New Year to everyone present. As you know, we have a lot of issues in the local papers. The young man, or I don't know how old he is, but the person in District 80 questioning sovereignty issues. I'm glad he's questioning the sovereignty issues because I question the sovereignty issues. And this is why. If we are truly sovereign, 2 issues come up in my mind. One, when our young girls get pregnant and they get on drugs, we really need to get a plan in order to help those unborn babies. We need to put those young mothers to be in a safe facility, keep them away from the drugs, keep the druggies away from them, so those babies can have a chance. I've been in healthcare for practically all my life, and I've seen a lot of it, and it's just a crime. So let's use our sovereignty and do something about that. Yeah, we are citizens of the United States and citizens of Montana, whether some people want to get rid of that for us, but we are here and we need to work with one another to help those unborn babies. The second issue is, if we are truly a sovereign nation, and with all the negative comments, the negative wishes of the people out there, I know I talked like this when I was 18. Please just hear me out. I know we can't do this, but why not? We're a sovereign nation. Maybe it's time to start putting up the gates at the entrances to our land and have our checkpoints, our checkers there checking. Why are you coming here? Let me check your vehicles for drugs. Let me, I just think that if everybody wants to keep pounding on us, I mean, it didn't start in 1855. This started in 1492. We need to stop this. Thank you, sir. We need to stop this. I thought we fought the battle in the 50s and the 60s, but it's still going on, but we're still here. So that's my comment on sovereignty. Now, my relative from Northern Cheyenne mentioned, oh my gosh, I can't believe that the man said that. He said it was funny, but then it really wasn't funny. And it really isn't funny. You know, that racism, I don't know if it's racism. I think that's the way they are. But it hurts. It's time for us to speak up about it. And then to get off the sovereignty issue, I was here, presented some facts at the I think it was 63, maybe 65, on concurrent jurisdiction. I had done a study in the state of Montana. I called most of the counties, most of the cities to get their count of police officers, of all the police officers, the highway patrol, and so forth and so on. I didn't keep those figures, darn it. But anyway, I said that if we went for concurrent jurisdiction, we as a tribe would be living in a police state. And that's exactly what happened. Now, the county, they negated it. They didn't get refunded by the state. But then they say, if the state takes over, this is how many police officers, this is what they have to build to house their police officers. And this is my personal opinion. I think we need to give it up. I think we need to go back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the FBI. With the presence of the FBI going up and down this highway, maybe we can curtail the druggies, Sure, there's bad FBI, sure, there's bad policemen, but there's a heck of a lot more better ones. And I appreciate every day what they do for us. But if the county doesn't want to handle it, don't turn it over to the state of Montana. I mean, they already are involved. But maybe it's time for us to go back to the BIA and to the, and I'm not suggesting that they're the best ones. I worked for them for years, but if the FBI shows up, I have a friend that says that means full-blooded Indian. You darn right it does. And let's have their presence here. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you for the time. Have a good day. I even brought the facts, you know. My English teacher, 7th grade English teacher told me, don't believe what's written in the paper. But they actually have figures here, so thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Nancy reminds me that we do have flu shots down the hall for anybody that hasn't gotten their shots. We have that down the hall for you, just down by the southern entrance. Any other elders that would like to speak? Yeah.
Shirley did want to speak, but she's on the other end, right?
She getting her flu shot?
I think so.
Okay. But you can. Any other elders? Anybody else? Francis, you want to speak? Top? All right. Well, we'll see if. Oh, you know, we would benefit from your words, though. I think we would. So if I can encourage you to say something, you know. Okay. We'll see if Shirley comes. Pardon? Oh, way in the back. Okay. Jim, can you take a mic back? Oh, Lawrence, can't even see you back there. You know, getting old, you just can't see anymore.
I was surrounded.
Yeah, tough crowd back there.
Please do everybody. I want to just make a couple of comments. You know, we talk about seeing in the papers a retrocession from Public Law 280 by Lake County. And it's ironic because when you go back through history, they totally fought us from day one when we wanted 280 returned back, rescinded and returned back to the tribal operation or BIA. And it continued on and on and on. And now they're finally saying they can't afford it and they want to give it up. You know, just a few years ago when we were negotiating, they were against us from taking back our law and order. And when the proposal was that we would then have our tribal police deputized as federal investigators so that they would just transfer right into the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You know, there was a lot of things that we were talking about that was good, but yet they still fought us from day one. They, Polson, the county commissioners, everybody fought us from doing what was right at that time. and we were being responsible and taking that effort on us and relieving them of their responsibilities that they said that they had a right to because we signed that compact. They fought us all the way, and now they want us to assist them in getting money from the state of Montana to offset their costs. You know, they could have eliminated that cost years ago because they didn't have to take it, but yet they wanted to fight us. And you look at some of the county commissioners that sit on that commission, they are totally against us all the time. They don't have any faith in us doing and operating in a good and sustainable and economic manner. They think they're the only ones that can do it, not us. So if they don't want to change it, turn it over to us, I bet you even if we wanted to retrocede from 280, they would still fight us and say the state's responsible for it. So, you know, where are we going to stand with that? You know, and we talk about the elders are 65 on that day of the distribution. So the distribution for the 65 elders program is at 65 years old, and that matched into the Social Security program. The January 20th incentive is going to be dispersed on the 20th, and last year we had it in 2 increments. This year we're going to have it in 1. So, you know, that's just FYI.
Thank you, Lawrence.
You can put cuffs on him now.
Shirley, is Shirley coming? Nope. Okay. All right. We will, if there's no other elders, we will just go ahead and have council do their updates, and I'm sure each council will reflect on the issues and concerns that were raised by elders so far. So, and Carol's here now. Carol, thank you for coming in. Yeah. So we'll start with Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council, and members. Always appreciate the elders when they speak the good words. And I know that we all listen to those and have taken those to heart. Thanks to the drum group. Shane, glad to see you made it here. Pessoa. I'll start my review here. We have truly missed Anita Matt. Her impact is still being felt. At the Intertribal Agriculture Council, she was referred to many times. 2 young ladies, Brandy Bigby and Kayleen Howard from our reservation, were selected and honored at the IAC for the food sovereignty essays. It was an honor to have these 2 young women lead the procession carrying the CSKT flag and a picture of Anita, which was placed up front to honor her throughout the council. We had a plaque made and placed at the conference building at the Dixon Agency. The building is now named the Anita Matt Building in support of her efforts to improve the location as well as aid in the community wellness. We also have been awarded at the Dixon Agency a basketball court and improvements to the smaller court already on site, as well as benches. It is hoped that the new court and improved court will be called the Sonny Elmer Marshall Courts, who served his life to the community and throughout the reservation. We continue to strive to improve services and evaluate their efficiency. It is a work in process. In the meantime, we've had important events going to Helena and discussing the importance and the right to acquire big medicine, which was successful, as now CSKT owns big medicine and will soon have him back where he rightfully belongs. Another important event was the ceremony and well-attended Grizzly Bear Track Bridge. The importance of this was well addressed by many elders. Having Missoula recognize and honor our rights is a strong position for the CSKT's future. Looking at food sovereignty will truly help our people, as the cost of living and food is going to continue to increase and impact many. We need to continue to improve our members' ability to be self-reliant. I'm very excited with our food sovereignty efforts. I am in support of those working towards setting up gardens and processing meat. We are also having discussions about a meat processing butcher facility. With the increase of elk and deer causing depredation throughout the reservation, this facility would serve well and become very helpful to the membership. We need to continue to improve and increase our ability to care for our members, and I think the elders spoke to that, and I'm sure the membership is supporting that. But anyway, I thank you, Lem Lynch, for coming here today, and we'll move on to the next speaker.
We'll just go around and Mike, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council, and it's an honor working with you. Thank you, Stephen, for your words. Thank you, Jerry, for your words. And Nancy, thank you for your words. Always good to hear the heart of the tribe expressed in the drum. I truly appreciate that. Want to remind folks that I have district meetings every last Friday of the month at the Indian Senior Center in Hot Springs. So if you've got those questions, you can bring them to me there, or you can call me at my phone is always available at 880-5524. And so the issues that I like to focus on, I want to remind folks to support our children as they pursue their educations and in this environment that's just attacking the kids these days in terms of the drugs that are out there, and support those kids and give them the assistance they need. Our IACs need support. If you've got kids in school, get to your IACs and support the TEC in the education department. Other thing that I've been looking at pretty hard is, we're trying to restore our bull trout, and been working with the folks that are looking at restoring salmon throughout the Columbia Basin. And it's interesting to me to see that the very staples of our tribal people have been attacked over the years, and we're really trying to get them back, to get salmon back in places where salmon should be, to get bison back in places where they should be. So we're working on those sorts of things. One other effort that we're in the middle of right now is preparing for what's going to happen in the Montana legislature, as well as the US legislature. And so having all kinds of discussions about the possibilities of what attacks will be made, because there are attacks made every time. And so we're preparing for those sorts of things. I want to cut my time short because I think we were supposed to be done by 10. So I'll pass it on. I truly appreciate everybody that's here. I started my term, it was COVID, and didn't have the opportunity to see many people coming to quarterlies. It's so good to see faces here and hear what you have to present. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mike. Jennifer?
Thanks, Tom. Happy New Year, everybody. It's the Shake Hands Month. And there are people who were here on Earth a year ago who are not here now. And some of us have had our hearts tested, our spirits tested and tried. And I wish all of your heart strength and fortitude and blessings for the coming year. So today we're honoring people who worked for the tribe. Some people have worked for the tribe today we're honoring people who've retired, and also people who've worked for the tribe for over 40 years. And I just want to say that I was raised on tribal dollars. Tribal dollars fed me and clothed me and housed me and my family because my dad worked for the tribe for over 40 years. So those of you who've put in a long time for the tribe, thank you so much for your service, because you're not just the backbone, you're the backbone, you're the flesh, You're the face and you're the heart of our tribe and the work that gets done for our people. I thank you from all of me. Thank you for the work that you do for all of us. And so yeah, we had some big things. So this is my, I'm just wrapping up my first year on tribal council. And I still feel like I'm new, but I've learned a lot. And one thing I assure you, a question that I always ask of myself and of us is what we're doing, improving our services to the tribe or not. And if we're not doing things that improve the services for the tribe, then we're always trying to do something differently. And I just want to assure you of that. And I know that there are issues and things that could be done better, but it's a big organization, over 2,000 employees. So just think how hard it is if you're trying to change something that your kid is doing. Someone who lives in your house, your own flesh and blood. It takes a while, and it takes repetition, and it takes a lot of time and effort and reinforcement and support. And we're really working to make things better for our people. And if something's not working, we're always working to improve it. Even if it doesn't seem like it to you, even if you don't see the change right away, I assure you that we are. And I really heard your words, Nancy Vaughn, about how important it is to do something for drug-addicted mothers and children. And I agree with you. And that's something that we're also working on, is how we can improve our services to our people who have the most need in whatever way we can. And so this last quarter, since the last quarterly, we had another field trip to Prim Meadow. And in Prim Meadow, it's a place that I had only been to once before on a field trip with tribal council. And as I was there, I got unexpectedly emotional because some of these trees in Prim Meadow are over 400 years old. And they literally have the handprints of our ancestors on them, not the actual handprints, but they've been touched by our ancestors, and they're sacred places. And these places are protected because of important partnerships that we have with allies. So it really, to me, underscores the importance of being as strong as we can, but also knowing when we need to have allies and really strong partnerships to do our work. And not everybody is against us. There are some people who really care about us and what we do, and what we do can be made better and stronger with important partnerships and allies. In late October, Jordan Thompson and I attended the National Congress of American Indians annual convention in Sacramento. And I'm just really super grateful to the brilliant mind of Jordan Thompson and the things that we learned at NCAI. And I was also elected to be the regional vice president for the Rocky Mountain region. And so it's been a big year. Like I said, I've learned a lot. We have the bison range under our control. We had visits from the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Education. And we've also had some really big challenges. And we'll continue to have big challenges to our sovereignty and to our right to exist as a people. So I pray that in the next coming year, in order for us to face all the challenges that we have to face to our very existence, which is always going to be challenged by people who don't just dislike us, who actually who would benefit from us being wiped from the face of the earth. And so these challenges cannot be taken lightly. And I just pray that for strength of all of our hearts, for those of us who have sick family members, that we be strong, and that we always be grateful for the partnerships that we have too, that allow us to do our work. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jimmy?
Lamont, thank you all for being here. I wanted to to be honest, Long, that always makes it feel good when you're doing this kind of quarterly meeting. And for all the people for being here, good to hear the elders, what they have to say.
and, very important, what they're talking about. I wanted to, before I get into this, I wanted to thank Stephen Smallson and the Kusun School for everything they do. I mean, it's really amazing to go down there and watch them as those kids learn. I have several great grandchildren in there, and it's pretty amazing to see the little small ones at our family function at Christmas or Thanksgiving, and they stand up and pray for us. And they've learned that from that school, and I really appreciate that, and I want to thank you very much. Also, Nancy, it's good to see you. What you're talking about is really an important issue for us as we carry on. And I don't know, trying to think about the best way to work on that whole issue. It can take some time for me to try to think that out. But some of the things you're talking about is on the sovereignty. I believe like you do. I think sovereignty, we need to push it a little more for the sovereignty of our tribes. The drug issue that was mentioned is very important to me, and I've been working with some of the council here to try to figure out a way that we can work on this problem we're having here within our boundaries. We're working on it. We haven't let it go. We're trying to figure out a way to combat this, and it just seems like it's our law enforcement is doing an awesome job. They're doing a great job. They're getting these things, getting them into jails, but they're turning them right. Other parts of it are turning them right back out. So it's not solving the issue. I think we need to talk in Helena about jails, room for people that when they commit these kind of crimes that we can keep them, or hold them for a while and try to curb this. I really think that's where we got to go with it. But the other things that we've done out here, we've all worked together, all of us, on all these issues that face the tribes, and I appreciate it. I appreciate being here. I want to thank you all for being here, and thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. I'll wait and go last, so go ahead, Ellie.
Thank you, Chairman McDonald and Council peers. What a great turnout today. It's good to see all of you. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to give thanks for the beautiful song this morning, the heartfelt prayer, and thanks to all of our elders who spoke up and shared with us this morning. We hear you. I would also like to begin by thanking my council peers. To each and every one of you, it has truly been an honor to work with you this past year. We have faced many challenges, including the loss of our friend and colleague, Anita. Thank you, Terry, for speaking about her today. Despite the tougher days, though, we have seen many successes, such as the successful negotiations with the Montana Historical Society to return Big Medicine, the Bear Tracks Bridge dedication, the increased per capitas, the elder stipends, the stipends to the membership coming out in a few weeks, to mention just a few. And my colleagues, spoke about some of those other things as well. I am confident that we will continue to work hard and keep in mind those that we work for, you, our membership. So again, thank you. I would also like to mention that National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is Monday, January 9th. We have several officers in the room today, so thank them if you get the chance for their service. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge our Flathead Tribal Police, including the detention staff, the dispatchers, and the officers. We recognize that your work is demanding and oftentimes unappreciated. Thank you for your service and the commitment to the job and to our communities. This last quarter, I was able to attend Attorney General Knudsen's Human Trafficking Symposium in Helena, and I hope to be bringing a presentation on that topic to the reservation early this year. I presented for the White House Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Symposium. I was able to participate in a great strategic planning session, 2-day planning session with our housing authority. Some great ideas generated there, and really looking forward to how those things are going to progress. I attended a National American Indian Housing Council legal symposium, which was also very, very beneficial. And I continue to serve as the presiding officer for Montana's Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force, and have testified on one of 4 bills so far that our task force recommended to the State Tribal Relations Interim Committee. And those include a request for an interim study on missing youth, to revise and extend the Montana Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force for an additional 2 years, to establish a missing persons response team training grant program, and then to ask for a resolution urging Congress to fully fund law enforcement in Indian country. Hopefully those all pass and help our communities even more. The last thing I would like to speak about today is a tough topic, but some of my colleagues, Jimmy especially just mentioned it, is fentanyl. We have an epidemic in our community and people are dying. While law enforcement is working hard to take it off of the streets, the rest of us must acknowledge the seriousness of this, and we must all do what we can to stop it. If you know of someone selling it, report it, even anonymously if you must. Let's get the names of those folks on our officers' radars. And if you are out there and selling, shame on you. Stop. You are killing people, our people. Additionally, we must be better educating our communities about what is happening. We need to do a better job at providing treatment services for those wishing to turn their lives around. And we need to do a better job at supporting those who have committed to sobriety. To all of you walking that road, I'm so proud of you and pray that you continue your healing journey. With that, I will end my report by just saying thank you for this opportunity to serve you. Happy New Year in May 2023. Bring good health and happiness to all of you.
Thanks, Ellie. Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Good to see you here at the drum group, and especially Stephen, as usual. Pray as he usually does for us to start off these meetings, and hopefully he's be here for forever, like he says. So it's good that he's here. We talked about a lot about this. These drugs, and we've met with, Ellie and I's met with the drug task force, and the reports on these drugs that they give to us is unbelievable. I got to commend that the drug task force we have here with the tribe, on the job that they do, and confiscating the number of fentanyl tablets that they get, in these drug busts and whatever else. It's an unbelievable amount that is taken by these people. They spend a lot of time. I mean, not just here at home, but off, down. They go down towards the state line and everything else, waiting for these people to come in to head off these drugs to get here. But it's tough because really they don't know how many or who and where they're all coming from. So like I say, I got to commend these people for a job that there is not a very good job, to be dealing with, because it's dangerous, and they bring it back here to our people, and next thing you know, we're losing our people over these drugs. So I want to commend them for the job that they're doing with the fentanyl. Everybody talked about big medicine, our meeting with the Montana Historical Society and getting him back. It was a really good meeting, and tough it's when you go to Helena, you don't really know what to expect.
But this group of people that we met with was really willing to work with us and to give back big medicine. And so we can bring him home. I'm like Stephen, we're just looking for a home to bring him back to and where we're going to put him. But, you know, it's, he's ready to come, but we just got to get that home for him to put him here. Tom and I went down to West Yellowstone here about a month ago and met with IBMP over our winter operation program. And meeting we didn't really come up with a plan for this year. So we're working off last year's plan. But some of the tribes that were there weren't ready to work with out the operation plan for that was needed for every year. But there are bison being taken. With the cold weather that came on, there was quite a few buffalo bison that came out of the park. Some of our members did get a few head of bison up over there. And hopefully that down the road here, we might get a few more with, you know, with the trapping and whatever else that they do. And maybe we ship to slaughter or whatever else we have. Maybe we'll get a few more for our people here. Jerry mentioned the Salazar funds here that he talked about. I brought that up here about a month ago and asked about it to see when or if these funds were going to go back into this budget, Salazar budget for the people. And one of the people that we have on our that works in budget for us stated that we could bring it back and talk to council. Council has right to bring that back and ask for that, some of that back. So I'm going to follow up on it after a year and see where we can go with that and see if we can get some of that money back to the members. You know, and like Jerry said, it was taken for, some of the money was used for the dam, you know, and maybe, I'm not sure, gaming took any for theirs, but for the casino. But I know that, you know, the tribe did loan them the money for that casino up at Grable. But hopefully down the road, we can get this thing back on its feet and get it, you know, get some of these funds back that was taken from the people for the dam. Nancy mentioned, you know, talking about county, but bringing, you know, working, not want to go back to BIA. You know, with all the things that we've been going through with the county and the state, it would be nice to do. I think it would be a good idea to do that, Nancy. But you know, it's hard to say what going to happen with that down the road because we went through that once before. And all of a sudden, we got out of it. So I don't know what would take place with it and what we'll have to do to get back with you know, being part of that again. Well, I thank Nancy for bringing that up. It was a good issue, to talk about. Anything else? Lawrence, he talked about Public Law 280. Right now, we're working on that. And hopefully that, we can get that thing worked out where we can take that over again and not have to worry about county and hear the complaints and everything else that comes from them. But, it just takes time, and we don't know yet what's going to happen. We had a meeting here a week ago, talked about it a little bit, and not much was said about it and whatnot, but they just don't want to say, tribes, we don't want to say too much about it right now because of other issues that are taking place and with the Congress and everything else going down and up and down in Helena, and we have the issues that got to be dealt with yet there. I guess that's about all I have here. But again, I want to thank everybody for being here today. It's good to see a turnout like this, and hear the elders, what they have to talk about, and let us know that what we need to do. But again, I want to thank everybody that much.
Thank you, Bing. Martin?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Pesquec, Specia, Martin Charlo, Thuis, West, Chines Lemti, Chines Ayahuti. Thank you, everyone. I'm really happy, but I'm also really tired. We've been doing the things that we do in January down in Arlee, and so Stephen, thank you for your song. I think I heard it the last couple nights. Jordan Walden, thank you for being here today. Thank you all the membership. We are we're pretty much nothing without you guys, so always appreciate you guys being here, telling us your opinions and how we should be doing things, especially our elders, Nancy, Jerry, Stephen, even though either he's going to pretend he can't hear me or he really can't hear me, but always look good to hear you. I passed you a note to tell everyone that the distribution should be on or around the 20th of January. Usually over the last few years, I thank the public health, tribal health, all of our medical people that have helped us along through this pandemic that is, I think, extending into just being a permanent thing like the flu. But this time of year, I always want to thank the maintenance workers, all the people that come in, day out, whether the weather's good or bad, and fix our buildings, plow snow, do the things that kind of keep us safe. The police department, thank you guys for everything you're doing. I want to echo what Ellie said, and really, I think that the more that we acknowledge the problem, the quicker we're going to hopefully solve that. And this time of year is probably the most important for our people. And I appreciate the Kootenai Culture Committee for doing their dances the last few nights. The Salish Culture Committee doing the same, and all the people out there, individual families and communities that are putting on their their medicine doings and their lodges right now. It's probably, you know, our culture is something that defines us and makes us who we are. We've been blessed to have such a rich history and culture, but also the sadness of, you know, the termination era and the loss of a lot of our culture and a loss of a lot of our language. And, you know, Stephen mentioned the Blue Jays and Blanket Men that are, I think they're just hiding right now because we don't know how to speak to them. And so our language, our songs, the things that we're doing this month are really important, and I encourage you all to take part. You know, speak to an elder, speak to someone that knows the songs, that knows things. Go sweat. You know, learn the language, use the language. What little bit I threw out there, it's, you know, there are people like Steve Artka here that I know I probably butchered what I said because I'm out of practice and I'm pretty pitiful when it comes to language. You know, I can probably count and say colors and few things, basic things, but you know, I have a long way to go as well. And you know, us using that every day, even just saying good morning or greeting each other is going to be something that will help continue who we are. You know, all these attacks that we've been hearing about. You know, I think Stephen said it and Pat Pierre always talked about it, is that without our culture and language, we're nothing. We're just the same as everyone else. And I don't ever want to get to that point. You know, our language programs are starting to thrive. We're, you know, as a government, we're trying to provide a livable wage for the people learning our language, which is part of our culture. And so when someone, a legislator or a politician comes in and tries to tear us down, we can point to these things and say that this is who we are as a people, and just making sure that we're able to continue as we are. You know, exercising sovereignty. We took steps a few years ago to, you know, retrocede from 280, so we have that in our back pocket. The county hasn't even consulted with us officially, so if they were to challenge this in the Senate or at state level, you know, we would have that. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that on live, but that's something that, you know, they have to follow a process as well. So, you know, this month also it's a hard one for, you know, people that are really active in cultural things, because this is the month where we're not supposed to say a lot and talk a lot, but we're supposed to listen. And so I appreciate, you know, the people being here. I appreciate our executive team. You know, Jordan Thompson is in the back. He's the only one that I can see here. You know, we are well aware of some of the deficiencies that are here within the reorganization, and we're looking at them. And we're doing our best to improve. That's what we can do. You know, one of the best lessons or things that, you know, I've heard is, you know, just do your best. You know, at anything you do, you know, try hard. You know, we're honoring a lot of people that have done that and have been here, you know, for a long time. And so today is a great day for that. I hope that we can do better, and we will. And if not, you know, our bosses out there, you know, Stephen and Nancy and Jerry and all the other elders that, you know, I consider, you know, hold them in the highest esteem, you know, our elders north and south. You know, it's, if we're not doing a good job, let us know. Or, you know, there's obviously, you know, the obvious way to get rid of us. And so I don't ever forget that. I don't ever take this position for granted. I'm proud to be here. I hold this position in the highest esteem because we work for you, and that means probably the most that, you know, anyone could hope for. And leaving this place better for, not even for me or, you know, us, hopefully, it's for our kids and their kids and their kids, and continuing on and being stronger than we ever were. And sovereignty is something that we throw around a lot. And we are truly not sovereign because we depend on so much federal funds. And so, you know, some of the actions that we're taking are to end our reliance on federal funds, on grant funds, on these dollars that they tell us how to spend them. You know, if we take the money from our corporations and our dividends that we can, that's the money that we can do whatever we want with. And those are the things that those corporations are tasked with. And at times it looks like we're not doing what's best for the people, but we're looking down the road. We're looking long term. You know, some of these investments that we've gotten, these big money settlements or things like that. You know, I wasn't here during Salazar, but I feel like those leaders were doing what they felt was best for future generations. And I took note of the questions. I'll try to, you know, get back to people on some of the things that I didn't touch on, but mainly I just want to thank everyone, thank my colleagues, and just hope for the best year. I'll be praying for that, and I just really appreciate you know, being able to sit and learn from, you know, elders that know songs. And I mean, the amount of youth at these cultural events is amazing, and it's growing. You know, even at these lodges that are a lot more strict than the public ones, there's so many kids there and young people, and they're learning the songs, and they'll be able to teach those to their kids, like, you know, my dad taught me. And so, you know, again, you know, practice what you can. I know it's one of those things where balancing the career over culture is hard, and it doesn't, you know, it's a juggling act, and that's the world that we live in now. But we'll navigate through that. We'll persevere, and, you know, as the CSKT, we'll continue to be leaders, and the United States will fight for tribal rights. It's not only here that you know, sovereignty is being attacked. It's at the federal level. It's at the Supreme Court level, and we are hopefully taking the lead to fight those fights. The Indian Child Welfare Act is under attack, which is more so an attack on tribal sovereignty and trying to overturn hundreds of years of case law that was established through the Supreme Court and through treaties. And, you know, those are the fights that we really need to take up. And so, you know, being active in politics, local politics, national politics, knowing what the issues are, knowing what we need to support and not support is really important. So Mr. Dolson told me I only had 3 minutes. I think we went over that. So with that, thank you all. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Martin. Carol?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Glad I'm here. Apologize for being late. I had a grandson who had a 9 o'clock Christmas program, and I didn't want to miss that. You don't miss your children's events like that, because it means everything to them to see you in the audience. I was in a car accident 2 days ago, and I give thanks today for airbags, because I don't know if I'd be here. I'm quite sore, got some brain fog going on, but otherwise I'm standing, and I thought, you know what, I haven't missed too many quarterly, so I'm going to make sure I make it in here and address the membership. This tribe has a lot of things going on, and I see my good friend Jerry Nicolai sitting in the front there. You know, I've seen that guy at so many services along with his mom, and it's always good to see you, Jerry. You bring strength. Same with Nancy Vaughn. I didn't get to hear you, but you called me a couple of days ago, and boy, it was always, I knew you were sick for a while, and I thought, when you get a call from somebody like Nancy Vaughn, who has been the champion of healthcare, you sit and listen and take it all in. So it was really nice to see you. And of course, Stephen, he's always here for us. So appreciate that. We're going through some things on reorganization, and I know it scares people at times because they're just not sure of what's going on, but we're working hard to try to figure it out ourselves. Sometimes us as a council don't always give the best direction. And so we have to back up, we have to revisit, and we have to have a discussion. And that's exactly what we're doing as a council, is making sure that the reorganization that we've done is working for the people that we represent. And so just give us time. I know the executive staff have ideas to, continue to keep the staff involved and make sure that the department heads who were hired to do the job for the departments will have that opportunity to work, because sometimes I think, when you get too many bosses, people don't know their place. And that's not the case here. We have department heads who serve departments, and they will continue to do that and make decisions for their department. The other thing is I wanted to mention is the 280 and all the craziness that's going on in Congress and the legislature. I just think this is such a crazy world, but all of us are normal. It's them that are crazy. Because, you think about this 280 thing, and I love my colleague, Jen. She talks so eloquently about things. And what she talked about is if we take back jurisdiction and take it on, is that we would form a program, just like we did in self-governance. We form programs to meet the needs of the people here. And that's exactly what I heard in the message I got from Jen that day, was that we would take this program or take these people back and build a program that would not just imprison them, but help get them the actual help they need. And I see now that tribal health is doing so much more in trying to serve people, but they can't find beds. We can get people, we have the money to get people to treatment, but we can't find the beds to get them into. And so, I hear people talking about treatment centers, and I know that Patricia Hibbler, she is working with the Montana Healthcare Network, and they are right now working on they've hired a consultant firm to go ahead and start developing for all the tribes in Montana and Wyoming, a treatment center that will support all the tribes. And so that is in the works. I know that's a long-term planning. It's not something we can say, okay, as a tribe, we're going to build it and it'll be here next year. No, it's long-term, and it's got to be funded and all of that. So those things are in the works. But, back to Jen, I just want to thank you, thinking that we actually can do something for our people here if we want to. And we just have to work hard at it. And, we also feel as a council at times our departments don't work well together. They're kind of siloed. And so I think that's another most important step we as a tribe need to work on, is making sure that they work together. If somebody is evicted from housing, it doesn't totally say, okay, housing's over here, and then they're gonna, and it's not their fault, but if they evict somebody, they need to help the tribe make the next step and get those people into another home. It's not that we just throw our hands up and say, okay, see you later. That's not how it works. And so we're trying to get programs to work better together. And I see all the names on the list, and I know my name's on there too, but I've worked with probably every single one of them. And I just, those are the people that were in the trenches back in the 80s, and are still there and still working. And I'm just proud to be part of that group, because man, they're hardworking people. And I think in our young people today mentored from those individuals, you know, they would crack the whip and things would get done. And so anyway, I think I'm rambling, and I just appreciate being here with you and just being a part of this council. And I love my colleagues. I can't imagine not having a better group of people to work with and who are understanding and want to get things accomplished for the people. You know, it used to be you would hear people every once in a while. Now everything's the people. It's about you. Otherwise, there's no reason for us to be sitting up here. You could just work with executive staff then. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the job that you're doing also, and just appreciate the time that the people have given me to sit here, and we'll continue to work hard and be present. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And again, I want to make sure that people know that Leonard isn't here because he has Len Two Teeth has a crisis at his home right now with the water issues. So he was going to try to make it in whenever he could. He may not, but hopefully he can. Just to recap for myself, I want to thank everybody who came today. You know, it's always difficult to get out. There's lots of things happening. You know, this is the time that we're saying prayers for our future and for our families and everything that's in our world. So it's difficult sometimes to be able to travel this time of the year. So again, thank you all. Thank you for the song and the elders that spoke. I want to thank you, and of course for all my colleagues, and of course the staff. And that's one of the things we're going to do here is recognize some of the staff that we have honoring today. I also want to recognize our leaders with the BIA. So we actually want to introduce our new BIA superintendent, Shane Hendrickson's here in the crowd. And then we've had an acting superintendent, Craig Adams, and he's been, thank you for his service over the past few months. It's really good to have a local BI representative in this leadership role, and that's what Shane's going to bring to us in this particular case. And so we're always happy when locals put in for that job, and Shane was the only one at this time that put in this time, and he made it through the whole process. And thanks, Shane, for stepping up, and we're looking forward to working with you in your career here and getting things done. So we don't have roadblocks in our process with the BIA, and our government services can increase. And a lot of the issues that we have may go off to the side or be lessened because we have a really outstanding local superintendent here. So we're looking forward to that. So again, thank you, Shane. Yeah, a lot of things we've been working on, and it's been mentioned for a few folks about the state legislature. So the last quarter, we've been preparing for that. There is some jeopardy there, in particular for hunting rights on the reservation. There's again another bill to open up big game hunting on the reservation, and we're bringing forward all the big guns we can and all the opposition to kill that in committee when it comes forward. Again, as Nancy mentioned, there's a crazy guy from Kalispell that has a draft bill out there to why are reservations still, you know, why are they out there? You know, that is an insult. That's racist. It's not something that we're going to condone at all. And I certainly plan to make a mention of that when we host a reception to the state legislature in the next couple of weeks. So that is unacceptable. And so we will make sure that we do our best to make sure that craziness is not out there. So many things we worked on. You know, people talked about the reorganization, as Carol mentioned, and Martin and others. Our government is, when I started working here in 1982, I worked in high school starting in 1974 through a period of 4 or 5 years, and then for the BIA as a firefighter and forest development, but full-time from 1982 on. And our government has really changed. The expanse of this organization is immense. It's gone so far beyond what I had ever envisioned. And so it is a complex organization. It's a structure that it needs a lot of supervision and attention. So that's our goal, is to make sure that we're putting out the best service we can to our membership, protect our landscape, and make sure that we have things here for all the generations yet to come. So I want to assure all of you that we're working our due diligence to make sure when we talk about the current structure of whatever it is, we're going to look at that all the time and try to reframe it to the best we can. But the most important thing, and this is so much the gratitude that Carol talked about for workers, is the workers that do such a good job, that take ownership in their work, that are part of a team, that are able to put forward that 110%, and that know how to work hard. And so those role models are there, and we want to make sure that as we go forward in the future and the succession of people leaving the job, that we have great workers and people that are part of a team as we move forward, because that's how we're going to be successful. We're going to be successful as we're the best. We're only as good as the weakest link in our organization, and we want to make sure that our organization is as strong as possible. So we're going to strive to do that all the time. Many things we've been working on that are what I call pretty cool, because I'm a recovering fish and wildlife manager, but Bing talked about it a little bit, but buffalo. So it's great that we have folks that have recognized the importance of land back to the tribes. We're going to actually honor a couple of folks with that in our next segment, but those organizations that really see that know the importance of the history and the landscape and everything that's here, how you live in balance with Montana. So to have the Montana Historical Society restore Big Medicine back to the tribes as ownership was a very powerful day. When other council members talked about that, that was a very, very powerful day, and the recognition of that was very important. The Bear Tracks Bridge dedication, that would have great partners when Jennifer talked about having partners and developing those relationships with partners, whether it's county commissioners or state legislature, the governor, or a nonprofit organization, a land trust, or Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, that is really, really, really important, because then you develop that respect. And when we do that, we're protecting our sovereignty rights. We're protecting everything that's important to us in our long-standing existence on this landscape. So when we go down to Higgins Street Bridge and there's an event there, and the county commissioners and the city officials are there, and we're doing something in the heart of our Aboriginal territory, it is an extremely powerful day. And so it's in my best interest to promote that all the time as a leadership role of this tribal council, and it just can't be overstated how important that is. So we'll continue to look for those opportunities, expand those, exploit them as best we can, because that people need to know we're here to stay, we're going to be here forever, and we're going to prosper, and we're going to make this place the best it can for us and for visitors that might be coming by. That's the important thing for us. So restoring buffalo, we do support an effort to restore buffalo in the greater part of Montana. It's called the CMR, the Charles M. Russell Refuge. We've been supporting that with buffalo actions or draft plans, and so we hope to have something come forward with that. That's really important. We also have many other local things where we're trying to look at properties, how we expand our corporations, how we improve functions here for housing and homelessness, all the healthcare things that are before us. And so we're working on those every day. It's very, very important. We'd love to be able to buy the entire reservation back, but we're stifled by the limited funds. All our revenue basically is coming that we have from our corporations. We've charged every corporation with providing the best and the most revenue they can to us. And one of those is another topic we'll talk about later this morning, how one of the corporations is doing just that and bringing forward more money so we can provide additional governmental services that are so critical, that the needs are there. When Jerry talks about elders and the needs, and it's raining every day. We know it's raining every day. It's storming every day. And so we want to make sure that we're able to be able to provide those services. We need money to be able to do that and effectively look at that money. When we look at the water compact, there's simply a large block of money that's sitting there. And I got to compliment staff for this because part of the water compact funding that we have is this $1 billion fund that's sitting there. And that wasn't something that the federal government had to fund right away. It was something that was discretionary. We were able to, at the early part of the year, convince the Department of Interior to fund that right now up front. So we possess that in our BIA account, collecting interest from that. That was really a critical win for our tribes because a lot of times when they say, yeah, you got to get this money, you got to go fight for it every year in Congress. You got to go grab it. You got to go lobby for it every year. We were able to grab that in one chunk, and that was a phenomenal feat. And I really want to thank Ryan and other staff that helped do that, and our BIA officials locally and regionally that helped with that. Department of Interior was really critical for doing that. But that's there. But we can't unleash that funding until a lot of other components are available and in place. One of those is the upcoming state legislature. They need to fund their share of the state of Montana for a water compact. And so we will be doing that effort to make sure that the state pays its debt for the water compact funding. They have a surplus funding right now. They have a surplus of money. Well, you know what you do when you have extra money at your household? You pay off your debts before you start new programs. Pay off your debts. And so we'll be making sure that we make sure they hear that from us. That's their due diligence. And hopefully the governor can provide that leadership role. With that, I don't want to go anymore. I want to thank our colleagues here, my council. I want to thank my family for supporting me in this effort. Like Jennifer, this is my 12th month in this seat, and I've learned a lot, and I've known a lot about management working for the tribes for quite some time. But it is sometimes a real slow process. It's kind of baby steps sometimes, and when you get a structure or functions, it takes a little while to peel back the onion to be able to deal with it and be able to deal with it effectively. But I want to thank all of you. I really want to thank the language program, Steve Arca and Stephen Small-Salmon and all those folks. I'm a little bit biased because I have a daughter in the program. So, you know, it's really important the language programs are to be bilingual or trilingual. You know, that's something. And to be able to protect our language and make sure it doesn't go extinct is a critical element for us. And so this council, I know, will be supporting that as much as they can into the future. So we want to thank all of you for that. With that, we're going to jump into the employee recognition. We want to make sure that we're identifying those folks that have given their life, their career to the tribe service. And so we have, for the record, want to recognize those folks that just recently retired. And we have 4 that we have on our list right now. I know we might be missing some. We'll catch them next time if we did. But Philip Paul just recently retired. Calvin Tanner recently retired. Florence Gingrich just recently retired, and Les Claremont. Then we have individuals who are currently still working on the workforce that have 40 years or more of service. And Ellie and I are gonna read for the record those individuals that we want to make sure that we recognize them right now for their years and years of service. So Peggy Haggard, James Finley, Darwin Parker, George McLeod, Curtis Acevedo, Charlene Pettit, Ken Claremont, Mary Bilodeau, Cheryl Morgeau, George Ducharme, John Curry, Carol Langford, Kim Azure, Rose Pierre,
David Morjo, Jeannie Christopher, Carla Tanner, Kermit Clary, Lester Claremont, Eva Anderson, Patricia Claremont, James Auld, John Wheeler, Kathleen Smith, Roberta Decker, Dorothy Frost, Geraldine Linsbiegler, Tom McDonald, and Bev Hill.
Thank you, Ellie. And with that, we've, and this is difficult. It's very difficult, but we wanted to you know, make sure we grab some of those folks that are representative of those that have been hard workers in our organization, or those individuals that have given back or are giving back to our community, that are part of our greater community. So they're employees and others. And so with that, we do have some honorees, and I'm going to ask we have some folks that are going to be presenting statements on behalf of those honorees. And so if I could, I'd probably ask Craig Sure to talk about our first honoree, and our first honoree is Les Claremont. If you want to come up, Les, and Craig, would you please honor us with a statement about Les's extinguished and outstanding career?
I kind of thought for a second Les wasn't going to come up. So Les, it's been an honor to work with you and for you in my career. In September 9th, 1978, Les Claremont put on a badge and swore an oath to protect and serve the people of this reservation. And he's done so honorably. It was my honor to be able to work with Les. To kind of give you an idea of the other things that happened in 1978, in that year, Andy Gibb had a hit song, Shadow Dancing. And in that year, the #1 song that entire year was the best artist was the Bee Gees. And the #2 artist was Rod Stewart. And I would venture a guess, Les, that you would argue that Rod Stewart was the true #1 artist. Is that true? Okay, good. Yeah, I knew that about Les. So other things that, I know, he's a hardcore Rod Stewart fan. So in that same year, Atari came out with its first game console. So we're going back a few years. There was also a new startup company that happened called Microsoft that had a few years before that. And a guy by the name of Bill Gates came out with the first basic computer programming. Bill Gates. So 1978 had a lot of cool people in that year that started in that workforce. Something else that happened is AT&T and Bell Telephone. They started a company, or not a company, but a program called AMPS. So that's the Advanced Mobile Phone System. It was called AMPS, to later be called cell phones. So all that happened in 1978. So Les is in great company for people who started work at that time frame. So when you look back at Les, and you look back at Law and Order as a whole, and the success of the department, Les, you can't get through that without saying Les Claremont. You just cannot. The administrative staff right now for Law and Order were hired by Les. The command staff in Law and Order were hired by Les. Other people within the tribe who were hired, who have excelled, 2 of our judges worked and were mentored by Les. The sheriff of Lake County was hired by Les. This guy mentored and has produced some of the best people around because of his expertise in the job and his kindness. He is of the highest morals and integrity of any man I've ever been around in my life. And that says a lot. If you ever, amen to that, if you ever got in trouble by Les when you worked with him, and he sat you down, no matter what he said, he's such a nice guy, you deserved whatever he said, and you'd better correct yourself. He's that guy. So I know Louis and others would have great things to say about Les as well. Just thank you, Les, for everything you've done. It's been an honor. I respect you and enjoy your retirement. I'm going to leave you with some great words from a philosopher and poet by the name of Rod Stewart. May the good Lord be with you down every road you roam. May sunshine and happiness surround you when you're far from home. And may you grow to be proud, dignified, and true, and do unto others as you'd have done to you. Be courageous and be brave, and in our hearts, you'll be forever young. Thank you, Les.
Thank you, Les. If you please just stay up here, because all our honorees, we want to have you all remain up here, and then we're going to do an honor song for you all. And then we like everybody to greet everybody after that point. Our next person is Bob McCrae. And if Ron or Tony or both of you and Bob, you can go ahead and gimp on up here if you want to, you know.
Yeah, so Bob McCrae's been serving the tribes and the fire management program for over 50 years. And talk about some of his credentials. He was a hot shot and a smoke jumper in his rookie season, which there's no one else in the United States or in the world has ever done that. He's just a very unique individual, dedicated, strong leader. My wife, I left my radio home one day in 2000, and she listened to the radio and she was wondering, who was that man that was flying around? So that's McCrae. Why? That's Bob. He gets a sexy voice when things. I said, no, Jennifer, when you start hearing that voice, that means things are going bad. But he had a way to be calm, process, make sure safety. So, just a pleasure to work with you, Bob. I don't know how many sleepless nights we had out on the line. And that was another thing. McCrae wouldn't put you anywhere that he wouldn't go. And then I had another story. I worked down at the Western Regional Office, and we're talking about relationships, listening to Tom talk about relationships and how important they are to us. So I'm ordering resources up for severity for the Western region for a man named Leon Ben Jr. And I get a phone call from two FMOs down there, and they're name requesting Bob McCrae. And I'm kind of smiling because I just got off the phone with Bob, and he's headed to Crow to go help them. Bob's well known across all Indian country, from Tahoe to Odom, from the Mexico-United States border, eastern Oklahoma region. He helped build. You talk about the foundation of a program and the complexities when we started together and where we're at today is night and day from what we had. So the aviation programs excelled under your leadership. You built a relationship with the national office and Joel Curley. We had a helicopter. Now we have a helicopter, two-seat aircraft, and an air attack platform. We had a Type 2IA crew. You taught us how to burn. And this last year was the first year we didn't have Bob. And you could see how he mentored the leadership. You could learn it.
Don't start, Bob. Bob, F-30, as he's known regionally. He's the only guy somebody comes here and you say F-30 and they know who he is. Only guy with the call sign that's region-wide, no. Bob's done everything for us. He's been here for, like Ron said, 50 plus years. He's built our program, Mr. Safety. He's I always laugh when Bob's always talking about safety, making sure everybody comes home. And I always see photos of Bob burning back in the day with no hard hat and no yellow. Safely. But Bob, what he's done is he's coordinated our program here to build, just like Ron said, but more importantly, he's built relationships for us nationally. We we are able to do what we do because of Bob and the relationships he's built. The resources we can get from his contacts, the coordination efforts, the leverage that other people can assist and help us with. You know, when I first started working here, you know, I seen a lot of respect people give Bob. And after a few years on fire, I've learned a lot from him. Not just how a fire behaves, not just how to attack a fire, you know, operational, but I've seen how he carried himself. I've seen how he respected the resources and what he was trying to protect. But more importantly, I've seen how he respected people that was there helping fight the fire. He showed me, he showed a lot of people, he showed everyone in our staff how to lead, how to be a leader, how to slow down, how to think, how to take care of not only the resources, but the people there serving the tribe. For that, I'm grateful, Bob. I've learned a lot from you over the years, and I'm glad to have learned from you. Thank you.
I'd like to add a couple things about Bob. You know, Bob was one of the influences for me to become a smoke jumper. My dad was a smoke jumper, but when I was fighting fire and I was on fires with Bob, I always would talk to Bob about it. And it was one of those stories where he was encouraging me, just like other folks. And so that time when I was a young man, Bob was a role model for me. And when I first started in the fire business, I want to thank Bob for that too. So the next folks we want to talk about is Flo Gingrich. And I've known Flo for a long time, from way back in those forestry days. So Flo, please come on up. I was always amazed how beautiful the Berlin ladies were, and Flo was the first one I knew.
Yeah, so we also had the honor and privilege to work with Flo for over 40 years at Forestry and Fire. And, you know, Bob, he's on the front lines and he gets a lot of notoriety, and deservedly so, but there's people on the back side that deserve it as well. I always came to work smiling. I always had a smile. I always did her job. Never had to be told what to do. Always just did it. Whenever Flo came to see you, she either wanted your vehicle slips, your gas receipts, your travel, so that she could process her job. Everyone that came into the Division of Fire got this smile, and she would help them and greet them and take them. So it's that professionalism, you know, right from the front door, that we appreciated, Flo, and we love you, all of our hearts. So, Tony, anything? She was an excellent employee, and she's a better person. She's just a beautiful person. It's great to have an opportunity to honor you.
She definitely a role model for great customer service. I really appreciate Flo every time I've been involved with her. The next person that we wanted to recognize and unfortunately couldn't make it today is Calvin Tanner. And Calvin had a real long working career with the tribes. He just, of course, just recently retired. I worked with Calvin for many, many times, but Calvin was, when you talk about, it's kind of like Nancy. When you talk about that activist, you know, you talk about that person that just, you know, the super tribal employee. You want to get something done, get a tanner to help you with it. You know, that was kind of the thing you would look at. But Calvin had this long history. I mean, he was an AIM member. He had this, he had that, he had a lot. He was a musician. He's the first person I knew that was a tribal member that had his own album as a musician. But just a really talented individual. And I don't know how many times I was amazed that, you know, I don't know if we'll be able to get that done, but he was, when I first worked with Calvin, it was like, oh no, I can do that. I never even thought we had no budgets when I worked with them in Wildland Rec, and we were rebuilding bridges and stuff like that with no money. You know, we had just enough money maybe to buy bridge planking if we could find some local, you know, Jippo mill to cut some raw wood for us. But we go log, you know, get a permit from forestry and take some trees down to build those bridges. But he got really talented with his heavy equipment operation. He's self-taught himself a lot of it and learned a lot from one of his mentors and another worker in our program, Fred Matt, and a few other folks. But I never ever saw a person who was able to grab a log, a 40-foot log with a backhoe, and actually, without a pincher, grab it and throw it with that backhoe. And it was really incredible to watch the talent that he developed. And he actually went into private business. You know, you can make a lot more money in the real world out there with, you know, Davis Bacon wages on federal projects, or as your own employer with your own heavy equipment operation. He did that for a while, but then he came back. He came back to the tribes to provide his service to the tribes and all the work that he did. When you think about all those things, like talked about this morning, those guys that are out here, the folks in the room here, like Mr. James back there, our maintenance staff, and the work that they do behind the scenes, you know, keeping the roads open and plowing and doing work like that, you know, taking care of facilities. They're unsung heroes, and Calvin really represents that. So he came to my mind as a true representation of a real hard worker people can learn from, and that kind of service to the tribes needs to be recognized. And so with that, we want to, you know, honor Calvin Tanner today with honoring, and he's not here, but maybe Alyssa Kelly, one of his niece, maybe could come up, and I'll give her the blanket on behalf of Calvin. So for Calvin, thank you.
Can you guys, Hesquex Paesia, Alyssa Kelly, Louis Quest, Chitkat Kumsino Chiskedu, Kain Kusum, S. Lemti, Hul, my Uncle Calvin. I just wanted to say a few words about my Uncle Calvin today as I accept his blanket on his behalf. He's an extremely hard worker. He's a very kind person, and he's there for all of us in our family and our community. And, you know, I've always enjoyed being able to go in the river with him and bring us in the woods. Ever since I was younger, he's loved our woods. And, you know, my yaya raised all of my aunties and uncles to serve our tribe, honestly, with a strong work ethic. And I'm glad to see that my uncle is recognized for that. So thank you to you all. And I hope that as he goes on to raise his little, what would I say? You know, his grandbabies. I hope that our tribe continues his legacy and our forest is taken care of. So
Thank you. Thank you, Alyssa. So the next two individuals are not tribal employees. They actually don't even live on the reservation. They live in our Aboriginal territory. They live in the heart of our you know, our homeland and in Missoula. So they came forward this last month with an outstanding gift, a pay it forward contribution to the tribes to think about their own situation and how they might be able to help others in continuing that. And so Shane Morjo was, did you get Shane?
He's logging on right now. He's in Helena, so he's just going through his break. So it's just going to be a minute if you can keep.
Shane wanted to speak on your behalf. So we have SK Rossi and where am I at here? Oh, Kylie Gursky. Am I getting your names right? Okay, thank you. Shane.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and council members and community members. Shane Morjo here. And it's with great honor to have both Kylie and SK Rossi here, Kylie Gursky and SK Rossi here today with us. I'm in Helena today. I saw both of these individuals wandering the hallways, working their butts off for Montana just yesterday. They made the drive up there for this event today. I unfortunately have to go to the Senate floor here in about an hour and a half. But I think, you know, we have two very, very special people here with us today. Two individuals who, one, I went to law school with SK Rossi and became a good friend of mine. And the more I've worked with SK and Helena, the more I've learned that that they are just a very special person. And likewise for Kylie. And, you know, it's incredible to see people actually starting to recognize the benefits and the privileges they have with tribal lands, our traditional lands, Aboriginal territories. And these two have talked to me about this numerous times over the years. They lived in Missoula. They sold their home in Missoula. They made some money off of that home when they sold it. And they wanted to recognize the fact that, you know, they benefited off of our Indian lands in the local area. And they wanted to find a way to give back to our community to recognize that. You know, it's a hopefully a trend we'll see more of, but I would just want to say, you know, I'm so incredibly grateful to know two very special people and two people who are doing everything they can to move us forward in a good way, to recognize the wrongdoings in our history and to show that we can always do better in this world. So thank you so much to both of you for your kind and generous donation.
If all the honorees would go over here, we would love to do an honor song for you as soon as you are all right there. So again, thank all of you for your great dedication. Thank you too. Lamps drum, we will dismiss the drum now. We will be taking a break. I just wanted to remind everybody that we have flu shots, flu boosters. We have, shingle shots down the hall. We have our food sovereignty, food distribution boxes out here. You can sign up for outside here in the lobby. And we still have, food available for everybody because we don't have a new meal. It's been a breakfast meal, continuing through the thing. So we'll take a break right now and lemleps everybody for coming. If you can stay, we still have 2 presentations to go and then open mic for the membership. Hopefully everybody's, getting done with their break. We need to, continue our meeting. So please, you're still getting some last minute food or getting your shingle shot or your flu booster or regular flu shot. Go do it. But we'll do our Public Law 280 presentation, which is timely with some of the comments that were made today. And for the Public Law 280, Jordan Thompson will be leading the discussion. And I think he has other staff. Oh, yeah, Lindsay. I don't know if anybody else, but we'll have Jordan lead that discussion here in a moment. Or that presentation. I know. Okay, who's had a shingle shot? You had two? Gotta have two. I think it's a two-part thing. Yeah. Both arms, equal painful. Flu booster is really important. So the COVID-19 booster and any of the regular flu shots. Okay, let's get started, Jordan. Hot mic. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Can you all hear me out there? All right. Well, the first thing I want to say is so good to see everyone this morning. And I have a brief food sovereignty announcement. We do have, we're in the middle of our winter food distribution. And so we did bring some boxes and some $25 grocery cards for you all today. So one $25 card per winter distribution, but feel free to go get another box if you haven't already. I think we have up on the screen the distribution schedule. So we got the remaining distributions January 10th at Dixon Agency, and then St. Ignatius in the afternoon, January 11th. So this is next Wednesday, Polson Indian Senior Center parking lot. And January 12th is going to be Pablo, SKC, Joe McDonald, Vic Charlo Theater parking lot. And so got really good organic produce, fresh local from Western Montana Growers Co-op and a $25 grocery card. And our food sovereignty team is just working rain or shine, snow or whatever. So just really happy to see them out there and getting us all some good food. So thank you for giving me some time for that one. And with that, we'll get into our Public Law 280 presentation. So as you all know, Public Law 280 is an issue that has come up because Lake County has recently passed a resolution of intent to withdraw from Public Law 280. They've also recently filed some recent litigation and might be proposing some legislation. So I'm Jordan Thompson. I'm Deputy Executive Officer for the Tribes, and joining me is Lindsay Gaudioso. Lindsay, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, and so Lindsay's in the legal department, and so we're going to be tag teaming this presentation for you all, and then we'll take questions at the end. I see Chief Couture back there who might be able to help us out with some answers too. So first of all, we're going to get into the history of Public Law 280. Next, we're going to talk about how Public Law 280 works today. And then last, we're going to talk about what is currently happening with Public Law 280 and how that might affect the Public Law 280 agreement today. So with that, I'll get into it. Whenever you talk about a federal Indian law like Public Law 280, it's always really helpful to understand the context and the history in which it came. And so whenever I talk about federal Indian, good to see you, Joe. Whenever I talk about federal Indian law, I always start from the beginning. And for us, the beginning was pre-contact, pre-1492, you know, when we were tribal nations. And if you can see my map up there, you can see sort of the different areas of tribal nations. So we all know the Sanka, Salish, and Ponderay people, our territory stretched all the way up into Canada, eastern Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, Washington State. We lived as we've always lived up until about the 1600s. Things started getting real crazy with disease and horses and guns and all sorts of things. On the other side of the world, in Europe, they were trying to figure out how to, you know, do crusades and justify that. And so they had this thing called the Doctrine of Discovery. And what the Doctrine of Discovery is is an agreement between Christian nations where they can go out and claim undiscovered lands. When I say undiscovered, I mean undiscovered by Christian nations. And so the Pope made different proclamations, papal bulls saying, yep, if a Christian nation goes and finds a group of heathens or non-Christian people, they can claim that territory. And it's actually in their own best interest because they're not Christian yet. And so we want them to go to heaven so we can take their land. So up there, if you can see that, it's kind of tiny. You can kind of see the timeline, pre-contact, pre-1492. Colonial times is when you have Columbus coming over and you have England and France and Spain trying to fight for who's going to claim the country. Eventually, Britain kind of takes the cake there, and then the Revolutionary War, and then the United States is formed. And then the next era of federal Indian law is the Marshall Trilogy and removal. So the Marshall Trilogy are 3 Supreme Court cases that set up the framework for federal Indian law. Some of the concepts that came out of there, and when you read these cases, about as racist of cases as you can get, talking about savages, our only profession was warfare, like we're basically animals in the forest, so absolutely extremely racist. When you look at other really racist laws, like the Jim Crow laws or the internment camp laws, those were eventually overturned. These laws, still good law today. But with that being said, there are protections in place, and the United States is actually still ahead of most of the world when it comes to protecting indigenous rights. So it's terrible, but not as terrible as the rest of the world in a lot of instances. The next phase we have is treaty making. So of course, in 1855, we signed the Hellgate Treaty to reserve our homeland in perpetuity for exclusive use and benefit. Unfortunately, one of the things that came out of the Marshall Trilogy, that Indian law framework, was Congress has plenary of power over Indian affairs. And so Congress can unilaterally just break our treaties, or so they say, and they did. So the era right after treaty making is allotment and assimilation. So in 1887, I believe it was, you have the Dawes Act or the Allotment Act. And so we all know the devastating consequences that's had on our reservation. In 1904, they passed the Flat Allotment Act. In 1910, they actually opened up the reservation, and that's been called the worst thing they ever done, and I agree with that. In 1934, they passed the Indian Organization Act, which allowed us to reorganize our tribal government as we see our tribal council here today. It also stopped allotment and allowed the tribes to purchase our lands back. We have a termination era in the 1950s. We have the termination and relocation era. And so this is where the federal government wanted to extinguish its special relationship with tribes as nations, and they started doing that. As part of the termination era, they passed a law called Public Law 280. And so that's where Public Law 280 is actually coming from, is the termination era. And Lindsay's going to talk a bit more about that. 1968 to present, we have the tribal self-determination era. President Nixon kind of brought that one to fruition. And that allows for the tribal governments to take over traditionally BIA functions through compacting or contracting. And as we all know, CSKT has done a wonderful job at that as we control pretty much every program here on the reservation. And then some people say we're in the nation building era as well. And so I think that's really when we start thinking about sovereignty and how we want our future to look. We can say we're in the nation building era. So with that context, I'll turn it over to Lindsay to talk about Public Law 280 specifically.
Good morning, everyone. So in 1953, Congress passed PL 280. And as Jordan mentioned, PL 280 was part of the termination era and the federal government's efforts to terminate the federal relationship with tribes and the federal government's trust responsibility to tribes. So PL 280 did 2 things. The first is that it shifted jurisdiction over crimes involving tribal members in Indian country from the federal government to 6 states. These 6 states are also referred to as the mandatory PL 280 states, and those states were forced to take jurisdiction. And then the second thing PL 280 did is that it also included a provision that allowed other states to opt into jurisdiction if the state wanted to. So a state could opt in to replace the federal government. And from 1953 to 1968, under federal law, there was no tribal consent required in that opt-in process. So any state could choose on its own to assume jurisdiction over any reservation in their state. In 1968, PL 280 was amended to require tribal consent in order for a state to assume jurisdiction. So from 1968 to now, under federal law, tribal consent has been required. In 1963, Montana passed a law assuming, quote, criminal jurisdiction over Indians and Indian territory of the Flathead Indian Reservation and country within the state. So this was during the time when tribal consent was not required under federal law, but in the early 1960s, CSKT decided it did want to opt into PL 280. And during this time, both the state and the tribes had jurisdiction over both felonies and misdemeanors. 30 years later, in 1993, the tribes got a bill passed in the Montana state legislature and withdrew from the state's misdemeanor jurisdiction. So today, and as a result, from 1994 to today, the tribes have had exclusive jurisdiction over misdemeanors over all tribal members, both CSKT and for members of other tribes. So in other words, the tribes are the only government that can bring any sort of action against tribal members for misdemeanors. For felonies, both the state operating through the appropriate county, so Lake, Sanders, Missoula, and Flathead, and the tribes have jurisdiction over felonies.
And again, that's for both tribal members from here and Indians from other reservations as well. So let's talk a little bit about the state. Lawrence. Understood. All right. And I appreciate your history this morning too, Lawrence. That was a good one. I'm going to talk a little bit about that right now. So talking about the legislative session in 2017 and 2016, we saw a very similar type of effort from Lake County where they passed a resolution of intent to withdraw from Public Law 280. In the 2017 legislative session, they attempted to pass legislation to reimburse Lake County for Public Law 280 costs. They were looking for about $4 million, or else they would seek full Public Law 280 retrocession. This bill failed. Right after that, at the same legislative session, CSKT introduced its own bill that would allow the tribes to initiate Public Law 280 retrocession, which was passed in the Montana State Legislature and signed by Governor Bullock. This law permits the tribes to withdraw consent to be subject to the criminal jurisdiction of the state of Montana. In other words, to retrocede from Public Law 280 if the tribes decided to do that. So in the 2021 legislative session, this is the last one, Lake County passed a piece of legislation introduced by Representative Joe Reed that did two things. You can read it up there, but I'll read it too. The first thing it did is provide the ability to retrocede. So no sooner than 6 months after July 1, 2021, and after consulting with tribal government officials concerning withdrawal, the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County may, by resolution, withdraw consent to enforce criminal jurisdiction on behalf of the state of Montana over the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. Within 6 months after receipt of the resolution, the governor shall issue a proclamation to that effect. So that one's an important one to keep in mind. The other thing they did is offer a funding mechanism in the law. So unless the CSKT or Lake County withdraws consent to enforcement pursuant to the law, the state shall reimburse Lake County for assuming criminal jurisdiction under the section annually to the extent funds are appropriated by the legislature. The annual amount of the reimbursement must be adjusted each year based on the consumer price index. And so in 2021, they appropriated $1 to Lake County for criminal jurisdiction. And so these are I think we're going to get into we'll talk about this now on the next slide, Lindsay. So Lake County's currently initiating 3 different efforts to try to get paid for its Public Law 280 costs. Lindsay?
So the first effort Lake County is undertaking is litigation. So this past July, Lake County filed a lawsuit against the state in Lake County District Court. And the lawsuit asked the court to declare that the state is obligated to reimburse Lake County for law enforcement services and implementing PL 280. The Lake County is also seeking damages for past costs from the state. In terms of the litigation, even if Lake County is successful in the litigation, there wouldn't be any change regarding like who has criminal jurisdiction. The lawsuit is really all about funding and whether the state has to reimburse Lake County for PL 280 costs. The second thing that the second action Lake County has been taking is withdrawal. And as Jordan mentioned, in 2021, the Montana legislature passed an act that allows Lake County to withdraw from enforcing PL 280. That law states that Lake County has to consult with tribal government officials concerning withdrawal. And then after consultation, the Board of County Commissioners may by resolution withdraw from Lake County enforcing PL 280. On December 12th, the Lake County Commissioners passed a resolution of intent to withdraw from PL 280. And then earlier this week on Tuesday, the Lake County Commissioners passed a final resolution to withdraw from PL 280. That final resolution states that it doesn't go into effect until May 26th of this year. And the commissioners have stated that they'd prefer for the state to fund them. And they said at that meeting on Tuesday that the reason they changed the effective date to May is to allow for the state legislature to possibly pass a bill during the state legislative session. If Lake County's withdrawal were to go through in May, under state law, there would then be a 6-month period before the governor is required to issue a proclamation. And then the state would either have to take over implementing PL 280, or there would have to be, conversations about possibly retroceding to the federal government. As council members mentioned, consultation has not occurred, and council was clear with Lake County last week about requesting consultation.
So you can see there are two efforts with litigation and then the withdrawal, the resolution of intent to withdraw, and waiting till the end of the legislature. So currently there is several pieces of draft legislation, at least one piece of legislation drafted by Senator Greg Hertz to provide full funding to Lake County for Public Law 280 costs, or else they would like to withdraw. And so they have that resolution hanging out there as well. And so that's kind of where we're at. As Lindsay said, the tribal council has requested official consultation. And so that's the state of things. And with that, I think we can open it up to any questions. If you go to the next slide, Lindsay, if you have any questions after the fact, I think our emails are on there too. Feel free to reach out anytime. I'm always happy to talk about Public Law 280, always happy to talk about federal email or anything else. We also have our wonderful tribal police back there, and they might be able to field some questions too if anyone has any. No, we weren't a mandatory state. We were the only tribe to actually opt in to Public Law 280. That, I don't know. Chief Couture, I might put you on the spot for that one. I'm not sure what happens to records through a transfer.
Then that is that's a possibility, because right now, let's say for instance, you have a tribal member, 18-year-old kid gets out of school, gets a small possession drug thief, shows up as a felon for the rest of their life. They're not expunging that record any longer. So that might be something that would be a positive if that happens. It could. I think it'd be something that I think that Jordan and other staff would probably start working on to take a look at.
the tribes have our own, tribal codes, and so, right now, that kind of gets tiered in the state system. And so we have like our code handling like felony misdemeanors, but then, for felonies, it's probably under state law. If we were to take over jurisdiction, Craig?
Felonies they're basically worded almost the same. So, and Jim Taylor just did a bunch of changes within our code to make sure our codes match state code. So our felonies should be really close. So and with concurrent jurisdiction as well, the feds take on that was that they never really withdrew jurisdiction, so they're exercising some federal jurisdiction right now already and have been for multiple years. So there's also that to take a look at.
My understanding that the Montana already ruled on that. And so they basically said that Lake County has the option to withdraw. So I know on there it kind of stated that that was still kind of pending or whatever, but the state of Montana has already responded to that, correct?
That might be a good Lindsay one, if you heard that one, Lindsay.
It was a little difficult to hear. Could you repeat that, Jordan?
Okay, so when Lake County finalized or there had that little comment period, the day they were doing that in December, I guess the initial one or whatever they're doing, that was the same day that the state of Montana, because they had, there was a deadline of when the state had to respond to that. And they had responded and they already stated that they weren't going to provide that because Lake County had already, they didn't use the option to withdraw because that's there.
So I think you're talking about the litigation as well as the resolution to withdraw, is that correct?
Yeah, the litigation that Lake County put in to, I guess, to be reimbursed.
Yes, so that's correct. So the state did reply to Lake County's litigation, and the state filed a motion, what's called a motion to dismiss in Lake County District Court. And as part of that, the state's reply in the litigation, they said that that the state wasn't required to reimburse Lake County for costs, and that if Lake County wanted to, they referenced the 2021 legislation and the process that's now required under law for Lake County to withdraw. So that was what the state said in the litigation. The litigation and the Lake County's withdrawal process are kind of like legally separate. So they are kind of different processes, but they are, both going on simultaneously right now.
Okay. And so, thank you for addressing that one. So I'm gonna just kind of look a little bit at the Capture Justice by Dwayne Champagne and Carol Goldberg. I imagine the attorneys probably know who these people are. But anyway, there's a couple things in here that I kind of want to touch on. And I know it's probably not cool to be reading out of a book, but I don't have a fancy thing there to read. Here we go. There seems to be a deal on the funding, and I know these are kind of two separate things. One's on retrocession, and I would urge the tribal council to go ahead and initiate retrocession, primarily because in the past, when the tribe has tried to withdraw, it met a lot of opposition from Lake County, the commissioners and everything. And so the history that he gave, he kind of touched on the positive things, but some of you that have been on board for quite a while and have been privy to the issue have known that, you could bring up like all citizens equal, anyway, beside the point. But I'm urging the tribal council to go ahead and start that process to retrocede. And here's why. So in this book, and I'm glad that Ethan brought this up about the 6 mandatory states, you know, when this was initiated, because it was Alaska, Oregon, California, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Nebraska. You know, Montana's an optional. But I'm just going to read a little bit here because this to me is kind of dovetailing a little bit with some legislative actions that might be taken. And so if the tribe just says, look, we're just going to retrocede, then there's really no discussion about funding that beyond. So yeah, right here it says, in 1961, the Nebraska legislature introduced Legislative Bill 713, which would provide funding for up to 2 or 3 additional deputy state sheriffs in the counties affected by Public Law 280 jurisdiction. LB 713 passed in 1961, but with a significant last-minute addition. Only counties in which at least 60% of the persons convicted of violating state laws were Indians would be eligible for the 3 additional deputy sheriffs. The perverse effect transformed a well intended measure into the Indian Bounty Act. Indians and their supporters contended that the county now believed that the most expedient method to obtain increased state funding was to arrest more and more Indians. Okay. So I don't really see too much of a difference by saying, okay, we're going to withdraw, but I read up there, unless, you know, they kind of holding on a little bit unless they get more funding. So, you know, this is why I'm saying, look, why don't we go ahead and initiate that process too? Because then it's going to make moot any type of bill that goes to Montana about funding. And they get murky about how much money it costs to incarcerate Indians. The second one is the Indian Civil Rights Act at 40 by Christian Carpenter, Matthew Fletcher, and Angela Riley. The reason I bought the book really is because, once again, Dwayne Champagne and Carol Goldberg done a little informational deal called Searching for an Exit, the Indian Civil Rights Act and Public Law 280. And so the very last part of this is something that, you know, I feel is worth talking about. And so I know I'm uncouth, but there we got a good book collection. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff's interesting. So basically what they state in here is that indeed some Public Law 280 tribes have established stable cooperative agreements with their state and local governments. However, those who lack prospects for such solutions, the power to initiate retrocession. And so that's one thing that they talk about with this Indian Civil Rights Act. It allowed the states to retrocede, but it didn't say anything about the tribes. And of course, I'm not saying that, Carolyn. So any current and adequate tribal preparation to assume new law enforcement and criminal justice responsibilities could be allied through federal financial support and technical assistance. As a backup, Congress could insert a provision such as the one found in the Indian Child Welfare Act, which would require federal approval and assistance before state jurisdiction is removed and tribal jurisdiction reinstated. And that way, tribes and states alike could be assured that the removal of the state jurisdiction will not result in a dangerous community safety vacuum. So with that said, I'm asking the tribal council to seriously consider, not consider, at least move in that direction to retrocede, because you know that we can back up with the federal government They say there's that 6 month, waiting period to make sure that transfer occurs. But that'll kind of take care of that little vacuum that people will kind of seem to be scared that once the state steps aside, that we'll just run amok, which is very similar to what happened in the early 90s. Anyway, that's just a little bit of my thought. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I speak as a tribal member, not as sergeant at arms?
No problem. Go ahead, Jim.
I'm gonna take my stripes off here. Oh, they're gone already. I just wanted to say a couple things. You know, my familiarity with law enforcement is, is pretty much in the 70s. I was an officer, a federal officer, and a tribal police officer under resolution by the Coeur d'Alene tribe in the 70s. When I took that role, basically we had full jurisdiction and we enforced it. If you were non-Indian, it didn't matter. We cuffed you and stuffed you. We did what we had to do. We followed the tribal code. We basically arrested non-members. Then Oliphant came along, if you're familiar with that. And basically, we were not allowed to arrest non-Indians under the tribal code or under our enforcement authority at that time. An interesting part of that is that we had several outstanding warrants at the time for non-members. We still arrested them. We didn't care. We made them pay their fines. They didn't care because we were cheap compared to the county. And plus the record reporting was minimal. It wasn't recorded with the state or the feds. So we went on ahead, and I had a really good relationship with the sheriff at the time in Benewah County anyway. His name was Bob Baltz. He was a sheriff for about 30 some years. And he fully commissioned myself and my 4 officers as Benewah County deputies. So, and in fact, it really didn't bother us too much as far as enforcing on the street. What I've always wondered is, you know, there's a lot of turnover in certain cases that were challenged and overturned just recently. The one case, the Supreme Court basically ignored and made a decision on. You know which one I mean. Why, and maybe I'm out there, but why is it not possible for the tribes to get together and overturn the Oliphant decision? If you overturn that decision, then we don't have to worry about all this other stuff. We're commissioned officers, period. And as far as felonies, the feds will assume that jurisdiction anyway. And as far as assuming, if it ever comes to the point where you have to take the Bureau of Indian Affairs or any other federal agency under to assume jurisdiction on this reservation, and this comes from experience being a former Fed, is that the tribal council has very little or none as far as supervision, direction, or anything else over those officers. And I know because I was one of those, but I had a different stand on it. I assumed that I needed to, to communicate with tribal councils, and I did. So I was the first and only, I believe, person as a federal officer appointed chief of police and did dual duty in the 70s. I don't think that occurs anymore, but Craig may be a little more familiar with that. Did you work for Benewah? Yeah, he worked for Benewah County, and I worked for the Coeur d'Alene tribe in the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Anyway, it's kind of something that's really close to my heart. I keep my mouth shut normally whenever there's an issue that I have some familiarity with, especially personally, as a police officer, former police officer. I do feel I need to make a statement. So there's my statement. Just overturn all of them. That's all I got. Thank you. I'm a sergeant on arms again.
All right, well, that was a Public Law 280, update for you all. I think as you heard some comments from council, that's something that's currently being considered. And so, yeah, any questions you have, feel free to email Lindsay or myself. And did you have a question back there? Oh, no, I hope I didn't misspeak. I said they're just considering like kind of Lake County's actions, and I think awaiting consultation right now. And if Chairman or anybody else has any other comments on that.
There's a comment in the back there, Jim. We, in that, the interesting part of the state law that allows Lake County uniquely to retrocede or cease and desist, they have to consult with the tribes. So that's a unique thing. That's something that Lake County or other counties aren't familiar with. So as consultation goes, we want to steer that ship. We're going to have official consultation with the government. We want to make sure that we have those parameters identified, who we're talking to, and to know what we want to bring to the table and what is the true discussion. And so that is what we didn't want to have, an ad lib type conversation with Lake County to engage in that kind of consultation. So that's what we're in that process right now, because they basically requested it. And so we're in that process where we will frame that and with them and go down that road if we need to. Yeah, go ahead.
So I actually worked at the facility at the Poplar Tribal Jail, and we did handle our own felonies and kind of a similar situation of what we're about to go into. I thought it worked very well for the reservation that I came from. Our deputies were cross-deputized with county. I feel like there was good communication where I came to work for Lake County. I'm a former employee of there since 2012 intermittently, and I don't think that the county and the tribe here had any kind of like correlation or very good communication. I also worked directly down in the jail for years. I spent 12 hours a day down there, and I believe that some of the inmates, yes, the numbers are definitely exaggerated, I agree, but also I want to say that the inmates, I would say, were treated harsher. And as far as like there being church services provided for, say, Native American culture, which we need down there. Yeah, we can't just cuff and stuff people down there, because that's not going to help them heal and move forward. So I believe that they should have had, smudges, and anytime that tribal members would start to sing, they would be disciplined down there. I sing a lot down there, and if anybody wants to speak to me, I don't want to go too far into it, because I am wanting to remain into law enforcement. I did recently just get a job here for juvenile probation, so I just will be starting here soon. But I think that the tribe definitely does the recession. I think it's a movement that the tribe should take, and I think it'll help with the sovereignty. Don't let it scare you. It's a scare tactic. I truly believe that.
Well, thank you for the good discussion today.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Lindsay. Our next presentation is Rick Enius and Brian Lipscomb, and they're going to present about Energy Keepers Incorporated. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we've challenged all of our corporations to increase revenue and provide revenue so we can provide governmental services and meet the unmet needs that we have. And so with that, there was an opportunity that's existed for actually quite a few years for us to be able to sell part of the low-cost block of power from the dam on the open market and convert that revenue into governmental services. And so that's what Brian and Rick will go ahead and talk about. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you laid it out very well. Most people, I guess I'm assuming most people probably have noticed in the last month or so an increase in electricity rates, and that's part of this conversation. So I want to make sure we address it. Those increases have really two causes. One that Brian can speak more clearly to is general rate increases across the country. It's maybe I should say historic, Brian, time for energy prices in general. In addition to that, as the chairman mentioned, there has been a subsidy provided by CSKT to all MVP customers without a requirement to do so, since CSKT took over ownership of SKQ Dam. And even with that, MVP's rates are still some of the lowest in the region, and they are because we have access to very cost-effective power through the government contracting option through Bonneville Power, and also due to the fact that MVP as an entity is not profit motivated. It's operates as a break-even. They keep reserves and stuff, but other customers outside of our service area are part of their bill is going to pay dividends to the shareholders of Northwestern or whoever that might be. So those are things that will continue to work in our favor. And after we get through this, hopefully, period of increased rates with electricity, we should hopefully then see additional concessions, or we'll be working towards it, I should say. The discussion about whether or not to continue that subsidy has been one I believe that has been on council's agenda every year, even prior to assumption of the dam. And this year, after, as I said, probably a decade or so of debating and talking about the pros and cons, council recommended to our corporation, EKI, because really the subsidy was coming from them. They're a profit-motivated entity established to operate the dam, but also to generate revenues to support tribal services. And council decided, let's take that action. Let's actually allow our corporation to generate the most revenue that they can and use that to serve our membership. And so I'll speak a little bit to kind of the direction council has planned to go in that, what we're going to do with this increased revenue. But before I do, I'd like to turn it over to Brian, and he can talk a little bit more about exactly what increased revenue means.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. A great background. And so for us, the increased revenue just for this fiscal year, we estimated when we made the decision with Tribal Council to alter our business plan to sell this at wholesale market rates that were not subsidized to MVP, that we would get an additional $4 million per year. I'm happy to report that we're 1 quarter into this fiscal year, and we're still on track to meet or exceed that amount of increased revenue from this power being sold on the open market. Over the course of the next 5 years, if we had continued down the path of subsidizing the power to Mission Valley Power, it would have cost the tribes nearly $20 million or over $20 million to continue that subsidy. So it's just a good business decision, I think, that we all concurred with. Tribal Council supported. So we're out there hustling, getting this power sold, bringing back the revenue, and we'll provide our first quarterly report to Tribal Council at the end of January. And excited that at this point, it looks like we're on track to, like I said, meet or exceed our forecast for what that power is worth. so with that, then I think that sets the tribe up well to think about how to use that revenue, increased revenue, to provide services out to the tribal membership as we were constructed to do. So I'll pause there, see if there's anything else you want me to cover, Rick or Tom or tribal council, or if there's any questions.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't have anything else, Brian. If you're done, I can continue.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so couple points of clarification. When council gave their sort of blessing on making the change, there were, it wasn't sort of a blanket, just go make more money. And I think it's important in that regard to point out that EKI was asked to specifically track the additional income that was generated from the power that had previously been supplied and was at the heart of the subsidy. And all of that income is specifically dedicated to coming back to the tribe. And at this point, there are a handful of initiatives that the council's planning to use that for that are focused on serving our elder population. The first is council would like to provide energy assistance to all tribal member elders that are 60 or above. And there's not a specific amount set there yet because as Brian mentioned, we're still kind of just in that, just in the beginning of the period. And we're, with dividends, we have typically waited until the money is in the bank, so to speak, before the final allocations are determined. But so specific energy assistance, and this is above and beyond, this is sort of a separate thing from other energy assistance programs that are in place, such as LEAP. After that, home repairs, funding for significantly more funding for home repairs, focused on energy efficiency and handicap retrofits. Increasing services in general, and there's a list of specific ones here. So additional funding for wood for those households that are heated by wood stoves, yard service as an additional offering, and this would be gardening, lawn mowing, that kind of maintenance activity that we don't currently provide, graveling for roadways and other things, additional snow plowing assistance, and specifically beefing that up to include sanding, shoveling of walks and steps and sidewalks, de-icing, etc. And then kind of beyond that would be additional. So I want to clarify that sort of direct service provided. And then beyond that would be additional maintenance staff that would be focused on serving that same population, and chore workers, so sort of odds and ends, little things that need to be addressed. We're basing the plan roughly on assuming $1 million might come in. I think Brian mentioned that maybe significantly more than that. So when we get a really clear picture, I think it'll be a continuing discussion with council in terms of is there more on this list, or is there just more funding allocated to these items here? But in general, I think this is the first time we have taken a revenue stream, a source of income from one of our corporations, and said, we're specifically going to take the earnings from that, in this case, not all of EKI's, but a portion of them. We're going to take those revenues and dedicate them to a specific service area. And so I think it's a fairly exciting time, because as a corporation, if I was in Brian's shoes, I would say this is very marketable energy, and I'm hoping, Brian, it can help increase revenue if people know where the money's going to get put to use. With that, I would happy to answer any questions that folks might have or clarify. I don't know if that is true. I would, correct. But it's the same rate increase, and I see the MVP board chair in the back, and she might be able to address that question specifically, but I'm only aware of one increase at the moment.
What you're talking about, Charlene, is it's a pass through. So this is a fraction of the portfolio for Mission Valley Power, and they got this electricity from the hydropower facility at cost. It was again a fraction of what the dam produces, and you're going to get quite a bit back. Yeah, yeah.
And I think one of the important things to remember is what we're doing is ceasing the subsidy that we have been providing to all MVP customers, and tribal members and non-members. Basically, anybody who MVP serves has been receiving a benefit through the generosity of the tribe for the period from 2015 until now.
No, I had the highest power bill I've ever had. I had a power bill of $481.85, and you're talking about $1 million, and maybe you're going to shovel my walk for me? You know, that does not help me at all. I can shovel my own walk.
Well, I think that's good feedback, and hopefully the revenue that'll come in will be more as Brian's projections play out. But the increases are kind of twofold. They're the subsidy stopping, the timing. I mean, I think everybody has higher bills right now because of the weather, and in general, the electricity market is higher. So
we'll let Brian go, and then Teresa can go. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, Charlene, yeah, I expect all of us are seeing higher power bills, and it is twofold. One is, yeah, the rates did go up to accommodate MVP acquiring replacement power from the Bonneville Power Administration at BPA's costs, which are higher than what we were providing it to them for. I'm not sure exactly those numbers. Maybe Teresa can speak to those. But the other thing to keep in mind as well is, of course, we have for the months of November and December experienced some of the highest number of degree heating days that we've ever seen. So our usage, especially if you use electricity for heating, is quite high for all of us. So yeah, those increase in bills is twofold, as Rick said, both increase in use and increase in the rate of power.
Thank you, Brian, for reminding us this. We had record-breaking cold temperatures during this last bill cycle. So, yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
You can sit down. No, sit down. Yeah. Yes, for those of you that don't know me, I am Teresa Wall McDonald. And on December 5th, I was appointed to the Mission Valley Power Utility Board. And I was recently elected as the board chair of the utility board. And MVP has a really unique obligation in the valley and to the residents of the reservation. And that is to meet costs, to accumulate an emergency reserve that would enable us to respond appropriately in the event of a catastrophic event, and then to meet all the materials costs and all the costs of the union employees that we have. And the union employees are, and everybody employed there, are very dedicated, responsible group of employees. And what you probably saw this last March was a general revenue rate adjustment. And what that means is that the utility went through the process of looking at all costs, not just the cost of wholesale power, but we went through the process of looking at the cost of materials, labor, and power acquisition. So the increase you saw in your rate in March of 2022 was the first general revenue rate adjustment in 11 years. And when you think about that, so you think about those 11 years, and during those 11 years, you've had inflationary increases in materials, you've had union wages be adjusted. And so MVP was able to absorb those increases for that 11-year period. And then it got to the point where we needed a revenue rate adjustment for the stability of utility services. With the tribe's decision on the low-cost block of power, that caused a small increase in the wholesale cost of those kilowatt hours. I actually think it was maybe 1 penny or 2 pennies per kilowatt hour that went up. And I haven't been on the board long enough, and I haven't had enough time yet to kind of analyze that. That is kind of a little bit like a perfect storm, because rates on the kilowatt hour side were adjusted at the same time when we had historic cold weather. We probably had historic cold temperatures, like we set records for it being so cold. I know Tom and I, our electric bill, we live in a home built in like 1920. We have wood heat and electric heat. It's terrible money pit. And our bill probably went up $125 to $150 in a month. And furnace ran full time, and I still froze. I was still cold. What the future holds for customers of Mission Valley Power, and I'm just speaking as one member of the utility, it takes a vote. It takes a vote of the entire utility board. It takes support from our new federal partners sitting there who's smiling, and it takes support of the tribal council if we do have another rate increase. In this upcoming March, we will be obligated to look at costs again and to see how we're doing. Did we capture the revenue that we thought we should capture?
in order to have reliable service. I don't know if that means there'll be some slight adjustment or not. We're just not there yet. I think the concern that we would have something like 17% rate increase, I would hope not. We don't make a profit, but we do need to assure ourselves that we've got an adequate reserve. We can pay our bills. Our union employees and other employees are well compensated, and our equipment is good. So that's kind of our challenge. But we will be looking at our revenues again in March in the last cost of service study. So how large is your reserve? Is it large enough to give, we would have a subsidy then at that, like, would we have enough money to take care of someone like that and then have on our subsidy? Charlene, that could not be a better question. That is an excellent question. In the past, in a joint process between the Department of Interior, BIA, and CSKT, we thought an adequate emergency reserve was something like $4.5 million. Just in the last month, after analysis of our costs, the tribes and the BIA and some engineering studies done by the BIA said a more appropriate reserve in order to sustain service to people in the valley is an emergency reserve of $16 million. And they thought that that would be the appropriate level to cover, if you excuse me, a catastrophic event. And when you think about a catastrophic event, you're probably thinking about a substation being blown up. You're thinking about wildfire. You're thinking about domestic terrorism. So the challenge for MVP is to now figure out in a reasonable systemic way how to get to that 16 million emergency reserve. MVP is an interesting animal. We can't borrow funds from anybody. We have to sustain operations from the collection of the federal receipts. And so we're constantly looking at costs, providing reliable service, and do we have adequate reserves? Our most recent challenge has been in the area of materials acquisition. It can take 6 to 12 months to get a transformer. And that's just crazy. I do recall, I think we had one event maybe in the last few months where we might have borrowed materials from a neighboring utility or a transformer or traded or something. I wish John Matt were here, he could tell me that instantly, but you know, we try to have good relations with surrounding utilities. Our heart and soul is to provide the best possible customer service at the most reasonable cost. That's what we try to do.
Thank you, Teresa. Brian.
Yeah, thanks again, Mr. Chairman. So just to confirm from our perspective as well, the issue of increased material costs and the time to get them in our industry is reaching really national significance, to the point where even the president in his budget is putting dollars and efforts towards trying to fix that supply chain for us. But yeah, we've seen increases in costs that have been quite alarming, right down to the base, some of the base steels we need. As Teresa said, transformers, you know, it used to be maybe a 2 or 3 month out time for a transformer. You're talking 12 to 18 months. So it's really quite alarming to see how much the cost of materials and the timeline to get them have gone up. And then the one other thing I would say, just from I put my MVP customer hat on, we are really blessed when we have MVP providing us power at cost from the Bonneville Power Administration. That power comes from Hungry Horse Dam, Libby Dam, other dams that the Bonneville Power Administration markets power for across the region. And that comes to us as 100% renewable energy. at a cost that is some of the lowest in the nation. So really, and even with the increased costs, I know it's a bit to swallow when all of a sudden we have the coldest couple months in a row placed on us. But the value that we get for that electricity and the type of electricity we get really positions us well as we look to the future, trying to control climate change with keeping non-fossil fuel energy as what we use.
Thank you, Brian. So
Thanks.
a couple things I'd want to add to the discussion point of why we were looking at this target for this increased revenue to provide services. When we looked at what we had for, so this is an energy topic. And the super majority of the Mission Valley Power customer base is not enrolled members of the Confederate Salish and Kootenai tribes. So there was this providing a segment of the electrons flowing to their houses, their customers was, as we said, a dramatic subsidy that we could capture revenue and provide services and hopefully back to that membership that is still paying that electric bill. And when we looked at how we do this, and we stepped into it pretty sensible, is that we increased the LEAP for folks. And of course, Mission Valley Power still has some energy assistance for low-income people. But when we looked at the LEAP customers here on the reservation of our citizenship, the super majority of those customer bases were our elders. And our elders are a growing population here. And so when elders step out of the workforce, their earning potential is no longer there. Whereas young people and middle-aged people are in the workforce, they have earning potential still. So the needs for the elders was dramatic as we looked at the data. So really, that was the main focal point. We'd love to be able to get to the point where we could provide energy assistance to every tribal member. And that would be our ultimate goal in how we work forward. Go ahead, Teresa.
One of the things that I was really impressed with recently was, the chairman mentioned that MVP has a incentive, low-income disability incentive. And so I looked at one of the award letters that came to an eligible person from one of the tribal programs for LEAP. And it was really cool because the tribal program sent out this. So CSKT LEAP was like totally on it. They sent out this great award letter and they said, so-and-so, we will apply this amount of money to your bill. And then they said, we note that you are not 62 years of age. Therefore, you do not qualify for this, which is provided by MVP. And so ours, I believe, is like a $32 a month low-income disability incentive, something like that. And that has existed at MVP since the tribes put forth the 93-638 contract. Yeah. And so I thought, this is very cool. The tribal program is doing the work. They know how old somebody is. They communicate with MVP. MVP gets copies of letters so they can make the adjustment. So I thought this is kind of a fine-tuned machine, as it should be. So kudos to the CSKT LEAP program and to the MVP customer service folks. And then we supplement whatever they get, but it's really a good system. And I think the tribes got like, what was it, 1.9 million or for LEAP. It was 1.9 million they got for LEAP this year. So that's really cool. So anybody who believes that they're eligible for energy services, I sure hope they put an application.
Carol?
And Teresa, can I get a clarification? I'm not sure if I heard you right, so I just need to ask. The subsidy from the tribe will go to people that are 60 and over, not just people that are eligible for LEAP, is my understanding. Did I say that right?
For the new funding source, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we're now kind of mixing up multiple different things. What Teresa was talking about is the MVP subsidy and how that ties in with LEAP currently. And Chairman mentioned it, but I just want to reiterate in case any of you are interested or maybe eligible but haven't applied. LEAP is increased this year from roughly $1,200 for winter utility assistance to $1,550. So we made a significant increase in the annual allocation per client there. And the uses of this EKI revenue, we're talking about above and beyond the assistance that MVP could provide or what people would receive through LEAP. And as I said, we don't have a target yet, but for consideration, if $1 million is the budget that we're working with next year, that would equate, using today's numbers, of elders 60 years or older on the reservation, just over $300 per individual of assistance, in addition to LEAP or the MVP subsidy.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How often does BIA do reviews to find these findings? Wasn't this done a few years ago, or I mean, this just happened now?
Excuse me, the findings? Periodically, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, it's a unique relationship because the Mission Valley Power infrastructure remains a federal asset. When we collect people's utility bills, the payment of that bill is a federal receipt. Periodically, the BIA will come in and they will do these reviews, our federal partners executing their trust responsibility. And in 2017, they did a review that said MVP should increase their emergency reserve. And then they did another review here in 2022, where they got a little bit more specific with that recommendation. And that's what prompted our engagement through the tribes, the contractor, to increase that emergency reserve. The other thing that's quite unique with Mission Valley Power is that periodically we're able to combine our funds with other federal utility funds to achieve a certain result. Like the utility in the last year invested, I believe, $300,000 in a combined federal engineering review with two other utilities. I think it's Wapato. Am I saying that right, Charlene? Yes, Wapato and San Carlos. So what we got out of that combined effort was a pretty thorough review on the condition of MVP infrastructure. And, you know, we're continuing to look at that report. That was a very, number one, a timely review, but that was an incredibly cost-effective engineering analysis in what it takes to keep our system reliable. So there are these benefits that we continue to have by being a 638 contract and continuing to work with our federal partners. And that engineering review just came in the last maybe
So what's
3
the time?
months.
What's the time frame to achieve this reserve to the level they're requiring? And what if we don't make that, get to that point?
Those are great questions, by the way. And those are questions that the utility board and the general manager is wrestling with. The great thing about the relationship with our federal partners, with the BIA, they have not imposed a deadline on when we need to be at that 16 million. So what the utility board will be required to do is look at options, because it's a balancing act. What is the cost of materials and labor, and where are the vulnerabilities in infrastructure and how we can pull that through, still hoping for a reasonable electric rate. So you will eventually be involved in that discussion. We'll probably come back and report to the tribal council and have 2 or 3 scenarios for how we will achieve the 16 million.
Thank you. Any other points, Rick? Rick or Brian? Nope. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, we want to, at this point in time, anybody that would love to make public comment as the membership, we want to open up the mic for that venue. Sam? Of course, Sam. We do have a time limit, though. No, I'm just joking, Sam.
Lemlem specia. Kesu kyukit kukan makuk. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I wish each and every one of you a happy new year and prosperous 2023. We've gone through some changes, which I think are good, but there's still a lot to be done. Quite a bit of work ahead of us. But I always think, and my heart's sad today in a moment, in a regard that a lot of the elders that we used to always hear give our tribal council hell and in the years that I've lived, a lot of times council has always been deaf ear to them. And now they're on the other side. And even though they're on the other side, it still feels like I stand up for them, because a lot of those things that they addressed to council at the time, even to present, nothing's ever been done. It hurts me when I look out at the crowd. I love all of you, but it hurts my spoos. I'm angry because they're not here no more. Especially on the north side. I mean, I'm not a Kootenai blood, but I was raised Kootenai. Because the closest my parents had with the Kootenai people took them in. But I see the Urbans, they're Kootenai blood. I see my brother's cousin Lozo, Kootenai blood. But I don't see no Kayais, don't see no Freelanders. That's sad. Because in a sense, and I'll include myself, we've let them down. We've let those 3 chieftains down. We talk about Mission Valley Power, and we talk about all these things and all this revenue that should be coming in, and yet we still fail to take care of ourselves, take care of our own. I think about the discussion that we just talked about, and I think about Pat Pierre. I remember one year, and this is years ago, we shouldn't even be playing Mission Valley. We shouldn't be paying for our power. We own it. We've acquired the dam.
It's sad. And then we have all these programs, all these departments at the tribe, and all these department heads, well, they take ownership of the money that's in their program, and it's like it's theirs individually. It's not the memberships. And what's even sadder than that, even though we made progress 2 years ago when we elected those new members who got into council who, oh, that was a great moment. Jennifer, Jim, Tom, Leonard, all those, we got rid of a chaotic thing that was going down a chaotic way, but we're still kind of going chaotic because we're still forgetting about our membership. We're still forgetting about our own. We're far from it. And it makes me sad. What makes me happy is that we still have a voice. And when I say voice, I didn't say voices. That still stands for the things that I believe in. And that's the individual that I spoke to before he left to his therapy today. Bing Matt. The reason why I bring him up is because just before we parted each other's ways, we shared some personal thoughts, and all those thoughts were kind of aligned with each other. Long story short, in that I let him know that I'm going to be running against him if he still decides to run at the at-large ticket this year. And we shook hands. He says it's every right of yours to run, and he's still unsure because of his health and everything. But well, like they're doing over there in D.C. with McCarthy and all that. Well, me and him, we were in our back room here doing our little thing, and I just asked him that if he decided not to run, that he'd get his supporters behind me to where I could still run with those ideas that align with his. One of those that was brought up like 3-4 weeks ago, not really definite of the timing, but those were one of the issues that we talked about was the Salazar money. Yeah. Might have been 8-9 years from the time that it happened, but it still belongs to us as the membership, and we were robbed of it. And some of them don't care, but I know people like Pat Pierre cared, Flossie cared, Nita Left Hand cared. A lot of people still care, but tribal council goes deaf ear to those issues because they're lining their pockets. They're lining their families' pockets. And we don't care no more. I would hope that in this new year that we take a step back. Again, I've always asked this every time I've come to you. Look at yourselves in the mirror and who do you represent? When Terry Pitts looks in the mirror, are you representing Terry Pitts? Mike Dolson, are you representing Mike Dolson? Jenner Finley, are you representing Jenner Finley? Jim Molitor, are you representing Jim Molitor? Tom McDonald, are you representing Tom McDonald? Etc. Or are you representing the people like you were elected? And as a tribal council, we shouldn't look to the Joe Dupuis days and go back to doing those things. I'll be totally honest, you need to get rid of Rick Inyas, and you need to take the power back to yourselves, Chairman. Because in all retrospect, in some way, you're leading the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. Yes, you have those department heads, and from what Bing told me, you don't even have department heads meetings like you used to have, because you depend on Rick Inyas to come to you and basically dictate to you what you need to do with the monies and stuff like that. That's wrong. We went through those times, like I said, years ago. Remember those moments. I just want you to know that I know that we're doing our best, and I know that you're doing your best to put the best foot forward. But I continue to ask you to just dig deep in your heart and look at those murals behind you. But more so, look at these people who are here today. And at one moment when I was just growing up with those elders, the chambers would be full even to the end. And now they're not. Because in a lot of ways they've been forgotten. But I still speak from my heart a lot of things that I hope that we would do our best to look for the membership and not for our own agenda, not for our own, not for our own families, but for everybody. We'd all be taken care of. Back in the days when our chieftains lived in teepees and we lived in the teepees and we lived amongst each other, if a family was out of food, they took care of them. If they needed more wood, they take care of them. If they needed more clothing, they'd go tan more hides and take care of each other. If their people suffered, the chieftains would suffer along with them. They wouldn't let them just suffer by themselves. They'd be there for them. Anymore, we're not even there for our families who lose loved ones. Anymore, you go to the celebrations or the traditional jump dances, you don't even see your leaders there. But the people who believe in that way of life, like myself, Ethan, who is here, the Urban family, we make it a point to make our road, because that's what we were taught, and we'd hope for better things. Again, I know I speak harsh words in some sense, but I just speak because it's coming from my heart, and it's out of concern and love for each and every one of you that I love you, that I want you to really think about it. Not just for me, but for all of us, you included. For all the tribal membership of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, from as far south as Evro to as far north as the reservation line just before Rollins, and to the east and west, wherever those line boundaries are. And let's not forget those who have left the reservation to make a better life. They're still tribal members. They still have a voice that needs to be heard. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else? Let's go with Jean and then Teresa. Jean had his hand up first.
So, is this on? Okay. So like I stated earlier, how I feel about Public Law 280 and, but, I'm asking you to go ahead and initiate that step to withdraw from Public Law 280. Otherwise, you're gonna have a front row seat as well as the tribal members here of watching this Indian Bounty Act, proposed in the state legislature to fund Lake County. Now, by initiating this, I don't think that Lake County will react the way they did in the past. And, I like the presentation that was done, pretty positive. But if you remember, there was quite a bit of opposition is a really kind word when the tribes wanted to withdraw. It was pretty harsh, actually. And that happened a couple times. And in the one where the partial retrocession, when we took back the misdemeanors, it wasn't just open arms. If you remember right, the tribes had to kind of put on some economic pressures, like moving the money, encouraging. Okay, you guys know that. But right now, Lake County has put forward that. So I don't see, if the tribe done it, I don't see any opposition. How could they? Really? Okay, so that's the first thing. The second is, we talked about the past and the present of Public Law 280. However, I believe there needs to be the future in the presentation form that was done by Jordan and them. That was really good, But, what about life after retrocession care? I think that's pretty critical, to start that process. And, Mike does his district meetings every month, and I appreciate that. And so, Mike, I'm going to request that we go ahead and start that. So, at your meeting, you can start discussing, if you want, you can bring the presentation to educate the people about Public Law 280. But one of the things that, would make it complete would start discussing what life after retrocession is going to be. And we control that. Okay? And so the last part really, is, I want to thank you because everybody here, has to deal with stress, the ups and downs of life. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Teresa.
I wanted to I wanted to identify an option for the tribal council to consider. This is an option. I recently worked at SKC for 11 months, and one of the best, absolutely best things about SKC was that they offered employees the choice of 22 health insurance plans. An employee could come in, they would be given information on the plans, and the employee could pick from 22 different plans. But the great thing about the SKC health insurance is that they had 6 plans that did not require your employee to pay a penny. They had 6 plans with no employee share. And I believe your plans today require your employees to pay 22%, 23% of the monthly premium. And we know that through the Federal Employees Health Benefit Program, the one CSKT uses and the one SKC uses, that you can offer a certain number of plans at no cost to the employee. When I was at SKC, I had GEHA standard. I'm waiving my privacy here. SKC paid $650 a month for me to have health insurance. That was awesome. I didn't have to spend 1 penny. I could take my GEHA card when I got out of surgery in Missoula and run over to Walgreens, and get my prescription, and they would run it through my GEHA card, and I had to pay 54 cents. I mean, that is so convenient. When you think about some of the struggles that the CSKT, that all of us are facing in our tribal community, struggles with mental health issues, struggles with addictions, having health insurance gives you the opportunity to develop a relationship with a healthcare provider. If you have a relationship with a healthcare provider, they can help you, refer you. They can notice if you're having a mental health issue. They can notice if you're depressed. Plus, the other thing is, if you have health insurance, if you choose to go to tribal health as your primary care doc, then tribal health makes more money. And when tribal health makes more money, they have more discretionary money to reinvest in healthcare services. I urge you to consider, before your next budget cycle, to add at least 6 plans with no employee contribution. When a person is hired and you say, well, you can have this healthcare plan, but it's going to cost you 23% and we'll pay 77%. Many employees won't take it, and they won't take it because of the cost of gas, the cost of electricity, right? The cost of everything that's going up. So if you offered a certain number of plans at no cost to an employee, the chances are high that your employees would enroll. So, and then I think that ends up, we have a healthier community. We have people getting referrals quicker, faster. So I just urge you in the next year's budgeting process to identify and offer some health insurance plans to your employees at no cost. Plus, the other thing is, it's an employee retention issue. You will retain employees longer if you have good benefits. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, is it working? Okay. I just want to speak on behalf of my dad, Jim Dempsey. He was actually sorry, I'm kind of nervous. He's really grateful to I don't know why I'm crying. He was grateful to receive that $600. You know, it's been really hard for my dad to find work on the reservation. Like I said, he's 66, and he has his own. I mean, it's his place to discuss those reasons. But he actually recently had to go find work off the reservation, and he was driving back and forth, from Finley Point to Big Fork, 4 days a week, to work, and he's 66, he's too old, too much for him, and, he's a substance abuse counselor, and he's done that for so long, that work is too much for him too, and, so he decided to, go back and drive for, the transit, except for it's been taking like over a month for him to get working again. So it's back on the 8th. So with no work over the holidays, thank God he doesn't have kids. He does. And he wouldn't say nothing, but of course it makes me angry. That's my dad. But I guess I did just want to say thanks, or that he's grateful for that 600, and just relief for him.
Thank you, Carol. That's a difficult thing. Thank you for speaking up for your dad. Carol?
Yeah, we really appreciate what you have to say, because if we don't hear things like this, we forget the struggles that members have. And I know as a council member and every one of us up here, we work hard to help people in your situation. And I gave my card, it's right there on that. And there's other assistance available, so don't hesitate to reach out to any one of us, and we can walk you through the system on if he needs food, assistance, it's available, and sometimes it takes an application, but that's okay. We help with that too. And we're here for you, and so is staff. And so I don't want anybody in these situations to feel like they're alone. And I know it's hard for your dad to probably ask, and that's the toughest part for our elders, but sometimes we need to just say, we're here and we can help. So anyway, I appreciate your words so much, and I do take them to heart, and so does everybody up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody else? Nobody? Well, I offer closing remarks from my council colleagues. Go ahead, Martin.
Speaking of fathers, I'll just put it in the minutes that my dad will be 85 on the 8th. And I just want to wish him a happy birthday. It's kind of a crazy age after suffering a stroke 22 years ago that he's still here and still able to get up and go to lodge. And you can't joke, but he's out there. New hip for the last 40 years, so he's got to outlive that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Anybody else? Jennifer?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody who came, and, and I would just remind anybody, if you're lucky enough to have any cultural knowledge that was passed down to you from your family, I ask that you share it freely with as many people as you can. And instead of, I would just hope that nobody would ever shame somebody for not knowing something. And you can't speak French if no one taught you how to speak French, or Salish, or any other thing. And it's such a gift if you have any piece of our culture that and it seems that we all grew up in different towns and different places. And by the way, there's a lot of Arlee people represented here. So we all know something different, and we all have something to contribute. And we can all help each other in that way. And to me, that's one of the most essential parts of being a tribal member, is what we can do for each other. And, Sam talked about how historically we would help people in need, but then those people wouldn't historically always be in need either. There would be other times when those people would be in need. There would be other times where they gave something back. They would give what they could give. So I would just hope that people who have cultural knowledge you know, even if they just share it with their own family to remember how important and how much of a gift that is, and how a little bit goes a long way. And, you know, and shaming somebody for not saying a word right or not knowing something never helps anybody. It doesn't help us perpetuate our culture. And with all these attacks on our sovereignty and all these people trying to continually take things away from us and take us away from our land and gaslight us into thinking that we don't belong here. We have to be stronger than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other council comments? Oh, Nancy.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, for that encouragement. I have a story I'd like to share with all of you. My grandfather, Antoine Morgeau, was an interpreter for this tribe, for all the tribes. He died when I was 4 years old, so I didn't get to know him that well. But my mother needed open heart surgery, and this was before St. Pat's became one of the top heart surgery centers. So I had to take her to Seattle. And we get over there, and she had quite an infection from the test that they had done on her, and all the blood ran into her foot, and she had quite an infection from that. The surgeon in Seattle said, I cannot do that. We have to wait until we can get that cured up. I said, well, I have to head back. And at that time, I still had 6 brothers. None of them could take off, nor mother would not let any of the boys enter in either. So I came back, and then I went back a week later, and the doctor said Dorothy is just not ready mentally. So I brought her home, and Dr. Ballhagen put her in the hospital because she loved to go to bingo. And she was always driving up and down, and he was afraid the infection would start again. And so we put her in the hospital here, and then I took her back to Seattle. I didn't make any housing arrangements, so I got to stay right in the waiting area and used all their facilities. Well, she went into surgery, and they were bringing her into recovery, and the 2 nurses came out and grabbed me and said, you have to come in here. Something is going on. We don't know what it is. And I had to gown up, all of me. And I get in there, and my mother's speaking fluent Salish. And I looked at her, and wow, none of us kids knew that she knew how. My father was Lakota from Pine Ridge, and we knew more Lakota than we did the Salish here. Anyway, I said, so what do you have her on? Well, they put her on morphine, and my niece had told me that she had a reaction to morphine when they were going to powwows up in Canada. And so I shared that with the nurses. So they said, okay. So they got the doctor's orders to take her off of the morphine, and all she needed was extra strength Tylenol. I was just amazed. So I didn't say anything to Mom while she was still over there. One of my brothers and his wife did go over and bring her back home. And I told them they'd have to stay halfway because we just didn't want to stress the surgery site. Well, they didn't stay over any place and got her home. And of course, she went into atrial fib, and we had to rush her to the local hospital, and they rushed her to St. Pat's, and all and all, when we finally got her home, it was about maybe 3 weeks after we got her home. And I was checking in with her every day, and we had, the CHRs coming in and checking on her, and my brother Tommy was living right there, and so he was always there. I finally was visiting with her, and I says, Mom, I was unaware that you could speak Salish. Her head just goes, I can't. I says, Mom. So I told her what happened. And she says, Nancy, when they sent me off to the boarding school, they told me I could never speak my language any longer. The historic trauma that our elders and generations of people that went through is just horrific. I appreciate Jennifer saying, you know, if you know any of the traditional ways, share it. But my mother she says, no, I can't. And I said, and there were 21 children in my grandparents' family. I said, so did you speak it at home? Oh, yeah. Dad was an interpreter. We spoke it all the time. And at that time, I think I was 45 maybe, had no idea she could speak the language. So that they talk about historic trauma, the generational trauma, it is truly a fact. And we need to help each other to get over that. I was recently went through a subtle racist comment to me, and my sugar went up, and I got really upset, and I never have ever gotten that upset. I said that subtle racism is the worst kind because it happens to us daily. And I would not take it. I said, no, I grew up with that, and I'm not going to take it any longer. But I should have handled it a lot better than I did. But in my older age, I just blew. But thank you for everything that you folks do. I appreciate you all. I felt like I came home. This is the first time I've been back to a tribal council meeting in years. Felt good. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And a round of thank yous. I want to thank the food preparers. So lead off with Jennifer and Shirley and Les and Ruth. And I don't know if there was other people involved, but what a great job. Thank you so much. A round of applause for that. Great breakfast and food. So if there's no other closing comments, I would just wish everybody a happy new year, and we're praying for a great year ahead. We need all your help as we face the state legislature. Maybe call, Shirley.
Good afternoon, everybody. Heston Yakope. I came to help Ruth and Jen and Les with the breakfast, and I didn't sit in on any of the meeting today, but I just want to say to people, after what Jennifer just remarked about, was if you know your culture and your language, teach it. Yeah, back in the day, there was lots of people who spoke the language and lived the culture. But time went on, people began to, well, those people, many of them, experienced being in the schools where they were not allowed to speak their language or practice their culture. And that didn't happen just here, but many Indian tribes went through that. And so I think a lot of the time their parents and grandparents were protecting their families by not teaching them the culture and the language. They didn't want them to be punished for speaking their language or practicing their culture. And that's one reason why we have so few nowadays who do speak their language and practice their culture. But we're trying hard. We have some people who are getting fluent in our language and the culture. We're doing our best. We're not giving it up. It's still there. It's still here with us. We just have to bring it out. We just have to use it more. And I just think, I know some people think that we're not doing much at the Culture Committee, but we have a lot of work that we have done. Little books for kids, flashcards, videos, and classes, just to name a few. We're not giving up. We're keeping on going. And I'm so happy to be a part of that. I grew up knowing the language. I grew up living in the culture. I'm the second to the youngest of my mom and dad's 7 kids. But my youngest brother passed away, and now I'm not really alone, but I'm the last one. And so I have many nieces and nephews, and they have kids. And they look to me like I'm going to do a lot for them in the language and the culture, and I hope I can. It's not going to be easy, because I hate to say it, but I'm getting old. I am. And so I'll do what I can, as much as I can, and just keep on going as long as I can. And I want to mention too, I'm there for everybody, not just my family. I'm there for all of you. So keep on trucking, keep on going. If you want to learn something, call somebody you know that knows stuff. I don't know everything, but I know some stuff. So I want to just tell everybody that don't give up. Tell your families not to give up. Keep on searching for it. Keep on living it, trying to live it. That's one of the things that's hard to do, because we live so much in the white man's world. It's hard to have a balance between our culture and their culture. Like right now, we can't live without cell phones, right? We can't live without games. Even I play those games. Nintendo. So, and television, smart TVs where you can play have all kinds of programs on there. We're so spoiled. But I'm just thankful that I'm still here, that I can still share what I know when I can, when I'm asked. and working hard with our culture committee. I want to call them a team because we all work together on those things. And so I'll just be quiet now.
Not quite yet, Shirley. Can I ask you to do a closing prayer for us? Because I really appreciate your comments.
Sure.
Thank you.
Lemlemch couldn't suit and catch yapele. Lemlemch tupia. Luchul kasia wi kel kaskam kamil shi luchul ka nuwelst and luchul ka skliechlin kodleman. Kas lemti would say Kumi kasia mika khas ya isits in kuspa mka kulchi Chinko kuspa Kumi takak saim takak sleti Kumi chmiukas kamen chatlisi el kasen kuskali Creator, we give you thanks, our guardian. We give Tupia thanks because Tupia is a big part of our lives still. We ask that everybody stays well this coming year, have good lives this coming year, and are happy. We're thankful that we're here today. It's a beautiful day. We're thankful for everything we have and everything that we can do to keep our tribes in good health. Not only medical health, but our own personal health, our own personal health. Pray for everybody to stay well and happy. Have everything you need for this coming year until we get to the next year. Give thanks for this day, for everything. For everything we have not given up. We give in thanks to keep it with Creator's help and for all of us to help each other in different ways, however way we can help. Lam Lim Chapesia for listening. Those are my heartfelt words for all of us for the coming year.
Lemlem Shirley. That will conclude our quarterly meeting. I adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for coming. But
Oh yeah, by the way, Jim reminded me that last time I spoke, I said